Everybody doing today? What's up, everyone joining in the stream? We're getting everything completely set up on the stream real quick. Do give it a minute for people to join in. What's up, everyone joining in the stream right now? What's up, what's up, what's up? A lot of crazy shit happened overnight. We had the California governor's debate, and then we also had Donald Trump posting, like, literally a straight up racist rant. It's fucking insane. Like, I have some of the quotes right here. It's actually really disgusting. He posted a transcript of another guy that's just like really fucking insane, and it's actually really crazy. Some of the things that they said in this are, for example, the ACLU has done more damage to this nation than Iran has ever directly done to this nation. They said specifically that China, India is a hellhole. They said that the people coming from those areas are not like the European Americans of today or their ancestors. They said that they need a Jackson president, essentially like saying that he should say no to the Supreme Court if they make a determination on birthright citizenship, right, that he dislikes. He should just say no to the Supreme Court in that circumstance. That's literally what they're saying. They also referred to the ACLU as quote-unquote gangsters with laptops, which is just incredibly fucking racist to say. Incredibly fucking racist. And this is quite literally something he posted on his Truth Social, just straight up full transcript, like backing it all, you know? And it's absolutely fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Literally, like it was blatantly racist. Like there's no one, like I read the whole thing. No one can read that and be like, yeah, this person isn't a racist. Like, this is insane. This is insane. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a bit. For the California governor's race, everybody, I might do something covering it more, like, in depth or something. But there were, like, a lot of key moments and crazy little points. And I'm watching everything back, and I'm going to probably make some stuff on it. I think that, honestly, all of the candidates did pretty decent. There were some moments that I would disagree with, like, that I just thought didn't look good or, like, optically, like, weren't effective. But, I mean, mostly it went well for everyone. I feel like no one really had, like, a really, really bad show up on the left in the Democratic Party, so... We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Just arrived. Who is Parker referring to? I was referring to I was referring to the governor's race, and then also referring to this literal, insanely disgusting racist post that Trump made on Truth Social last night. Like 18 hours ago on Truth Social, just straight up posted the transcript of this guy that's just like incredibly fucking crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 58.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Did you see what he posted overnight?
Yeah.
And do you support that?
Yeah.
Why?
I just like the man. I can imagine if we had crazy lady Kamala. I don't know what would we be doing today. Kamala.
Okay. Kamala. And like what is so? Can you name one policy you disagree with her on?
Oh, everything. Everything. I disagree with that. She lies.
Name one specific lie.
Lies. One specific lie? How about her accents and how she pretends to be black and how she talks about and all the money.
She is black, and an accent isn't a lie.
No, she's not black.
She is black.
No, she's not. No,
yes,
she's
she
not.
is.
Okay. Well,
how are you to determine that she's not black?
Okay, I don't care about that. That's stupid.
Well, then why did you say it on the stream?
Well, I just don't believe she is. I think she's a liar.
Do you have any reason to believe that?
Yeah. Lots of reasons.
What's your reason?
A lot of black people even say that because of the way she speaks.
Wait, so people who are black say this.
So,
do most people who are black think that she's black?
I don't know. Just know my black friends voted for Trump.
Yes. So, like,
they don't think
if you're going based upon what black people think, well, then you would acknowledge that she's black, right?
Okay.
But you don't go based upon that. So what's your argument? What is the reason why you think she's not black?
I said she's a liar.
Yeah, but you gave no reason to believe that.
Well, okay, I'll tell you why. Tim Waltz, the money he raised for her the first day. Where'd he get the money? The Somalians. Ilhan Omar. Why would you support her?
Are you just randomly just like making claims?
No, I know this. Are you
I
not
just
reading the
read
news?
it. What's your source?
Are you not reading the news today?
What's your source? And also,
Well, you
like,
just
what
asked me
would
if I
be
saw
wrong
Trump
with
on Truth
people who are
Social, but you
Somali
don't read the
donating to
news
Tim
about
Walz?
her.
You're not. None of these things are actually implicating anything bad or fraud. They're not
Hey, I'm
indicating
actually getting
lies.
likes on here, you know? That's cool.
Can you be
Because
quiet and
people know you're
respond to what I'm
wrong.
saying right
They
now?
know you're wrong, little boy.
I don't know why
You're
you're
so
crashing out
wrong.
already. I'm trying to get you to engage with the point here.
You're not answering my question. Why
What
would you
question?
support Tim Walz and Ilhan? Why?
Why? Because they're way better than the Republicans that are horrible for this country.
How? They're
Right?
stealing our money. Why would you support
How are they
them?
stealing the money?
They're stealing it through Congress and congressional taxpayer money.
Explain
I
how.
mean, obviously, what about Nick Shirley? What do you think of him?
Wait,
You hate
but
him
stop
too?
pivoting
You
to a
must hate him
million
too.
different things. Stop pivoting to stay on topic. Okay?
Just answer
So,
that.
what specifically did they do that was fraudulent?
Nick Shirley pointed it out. Do you not read him? You hate him
Yeah,
too?
can you tell me what specifically that he pointed out in terms of evidence that indicated that to be true?
Oh, Nick Shirley?
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Oh, he's got tons of it.
Yeah, so what
I
evidence?
mean, this is why they're
So I have a
investigating
question.
her. If they didn't have evidence, they wouldn't be able to
Why hasn't he
investigate.
been? Why haven't they been charged by the Trump administration?
They soon will be.
They
It's
soon will be.
happening.
So you don't have the evidence yet.
Well, they did yesterday. I mean, a lot of the stuff.
So by the way, you can say that this is true about
You want to
them.
argue about stuff.
So
It's
you
like
can
a
say that
little
this is
child.
true about them without a conviction, without even a charge. But Donald
Why do
Trump
you
has
hate Trump
convictions
so
against
much and
him. He
love
has
Ilhan
charges against
Omar?
him, and you don't accept any of those things.
Nope,
Donald Trump
I
is
don't.
using the
I love
presidency
Trump.
in order to be able to make money, and you'll support him no matter what. You love him no matter
Yes,
what.
yes, I do.
Is there a
Because he's the
single
best
thing that you can
president ever.
criticize in terms of his behavior?
Oh yeah, he can be a pompous asshole, but I like him.
Okay, so
I'm
but like,
grateful for that.
can you name anything that he could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Oh sure, a lot of things, but I'm not going to go there because you'll try to change my mind and make shit up, like you do.
I didn't make anything up. You tried to make a bunch of things up in order to pivot away from the arguments that I was providing to.
No,
So would
I
you like
asked
to
you about
engage?
Nick Shirley, and you can't answer the question. What about
I
Nick
did.
Shirley?
I did
What?
answer. I don't think
You
that he
said he
established
can't.
any
There's no
meaningful
proof.
evidence. So I asked you, what evidence did he establish that you think indicates that they committed fraud? And you had no
I mean,
answer.
all the evidence that yes, I'm trying to tell you, he has plenty of evidence, and this is why why are you laughing? I mean, this is so goofy.
Because you
You're such
have
a
clearly
child
no
because you,
evidence. I'm a child.
there's plenty of evidence. Somebody else can preach to you a little bit about this because you don't read. You obviously don't know what he's
I do,
doing.
but like I'm asking you, but do you read? Do you have any
What
source
evidence
for
do
your
you have that he's
information?
wrong? What evidence do
I'm
you have
just
that he's
asking
wrong?
you.
Why
Wait,
is
no,
he
now I have
doing
to have
this?
evidence that what claim that he made that was wrong. Did he even make a claim that they committed fraud directly? I don't even think he made that claim.
Oh, Nick Shirley? What do
Yeah,
you
I
think
don't
he
think
made?
Nick Shirley made the claim directly
You
that
always
Tim
ask
Walz
questions. You never answer
or
a
Ilhan
question.
Omar
You're not
committed
that
fraud, and
smart.
even
You
so,
try
he
to
doesn't
do
have any
things.
evidence for it.
Okay, yeah. Well, guess what? You're going to find out real soon that Nick Shirley is right, and all these people, the Democrats on your
You're
side,
not
who
even
funding
naming
this
anything
terrorist stuff, they're going to
specifically.
go down. They're going to go
You're not
down.
naming anything in specific.
Well, you're not either. You're just asking
I
questions.
am.
You
I'm
can't
asking
even
you
answer a
specific
question about Nick
questions that you
Shirley.
can't
What
answer.
is wrong about Nick Shirley? You can't answer that. What has he done wrong? What?
Well, I think that he obviously has caused a lot of the mayhem that existed specifically in Minnesota because he literally created propaganda videos about the Somali community. Oh, well, you just got a flag for harassment and bullying, actually. So, surprising. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. They were crazy. That was an insane way to start the stream. Like, they were just speed running getting a TikTok TOS flag. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I will go with Trump again.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
October
And you said you were how old again?
18.
Evansley, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that was pretty insane. That was pretty insane. Insane way to start the stream, I gotta say. Jay, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
45.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's doing everything every other president wouldn't. He's the first president to have a set of nuts to do what he wants. And every other Democrat doesn't know what the hell they're doing. So Trump got in office and he's doing what he said he was going to do.
What's your birth year?
July 18th, 1984.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay. That's interesting. Let's go to the next individual and send a guest request. If you meet that criteria, list in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 23.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
You know, Trump's things have, been questionable, I think, but I still go with him over Kamala just because I didn't agree with Kamala at all with any of her criteria that she was talking about.
Okay. And what specifically did you not agree with?
I mean, I kind of think she was a little bit of a hypocrite. You can say that about any politician, but I mean, you kind of look back at what she did in California. She was arresting individuals for marijuana and putting them in jail.
Oh, you can't say that on the TikTok Live. Do you have a different account?
No.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Well, you can't say that on TikTok Live. You got to say like M drug or W drug. And even so, she wasn't arresting people. Those are specifically situations where people were violating probation. So other sorts of crimes that they've committed, right? And then essentially she was just following through with that with Attorney General, which is just following the law. She's advocated for legalization for, honestly, at this point, decades. Or over a decade, at least.
Hi, Parker.
How old are you?
I am 25.
Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to say,
I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the next person. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We were just looking for some debates.
Parker!
Oh, wait. Send a guest request back. Sorry, I heard there was background noise. Immediately kicked you. I do think that was a Trump supporter, though.
Did you miss me, Parker? It's Mikey from yesterday.
Oh, wait.
How you doing, buddy?
Mikey, why do you hate me so much?
Why do I hate you so much?
Yeah.
One, because you lie to people about the information that you spread all over TikTok.
Okay.
Number two, you make more money than probably anybody else on this app. But anyways, that's debate.
I make more money than
Why
Dean?
do I support Trump?
Did you say I make more money than Dean? Yo, W's?
I said, that's not the point. Anyways, are we going to ask me to debate or are you asking to
I make the most money on this app, actually. There's not a single person on this app that makes more money than me. Actually, I'm the best grifter you've ever seen.
Trump, but you can't do it.
Okay, now just give me a reason why you support Trump.
Why? Because he was a better candidate. Because under the Biden administration, what did Kamala Harris actually do to benefit our country and just help our country and save our country? What did she do?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. I can point to plenty of things that the Biden-Harris administration did that is beneficial for the average American. Think of the
So let's
vaccine.
go one by one. You said the Inflation Reduction Act. What did the Inflation Reduction Act actually do?
Yeah, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, including the $35 cap on insulin, right, for individuals on Medicare.
So didn't Donald Trump actually get rid of Obamacare in order to help the average American? Because the average American, when they were on Obamacare, actually destroyed America. And if you didn't have money to pay for
They haven't been able to get rid of all the ACA.
They didn't what?
They have not been able to get rid of all of the ACA. And also, what does he put in place? Because he said he would repeal and replace the ACA. What's his plan to replace it with?
With Trump Care, which actually would help an American, because
Can you tell me what Trump Care is?
What the Obamacare did was actually didn't help the average American. If you didn't have like the secondary insurance, you had to pay out of your ass in order to pay for shit.
Okay, so what is Trump Care? I want to know it.
Why don't you? I'll bring it up in a minute. Hold on. I'll read it to you, buddy. I got you.
Okay, let's hear it.
Give me 1 second.
I got you.
All right. Go ahead and thank those people. Brittany, I thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. You're awesome.
Hey, dude, I just started the stream. I don't really have. Okay, I guess I do have some donations. Cammy, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much for Parker Got a Haircut. Thank you very much. Kimberly, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Cassie, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It would be very bad, Casey. It would be very bad. I definitely don't want that.
TrumpRx.gov. This is the website that actually is up now.
Oh, okay. So that's Trump Care?
Yeah, so hold on. America was being overcharged for medicine. The same smugs made in the same factories at the same dosages are costing Americans up to 1,000% more than any country.
Okay.
So the average pen, right? So look at this really quick. I'm going to show you my screen. I'm going to share my screen.
Okay.
Can you expand me, please?
I can't even see it. It's like
so expand me. The cost comparison, right there.
There's nothing on the screen. Is that just me, or is there nothing on the screen?
There is something on the screen, bro. Don't even play like that. You can see
it. I actually can't see it. Let me go into my phone.
Okay, so I'll read it to you. The cost comparison in the United States, the current price for a pen, which is, an insulin pen, is $1,449. In Canada, the global reference is $355. Thanks to President Trump, I'm actually reading it from the actual website. You can actually take me down, buddy, because that makes me feel so uncomfortable being sitting right next to you, buddy. Can you bring it back to the regular screen? Just bring it back to the regular screen.
We're back.
Okay. The days of price pharmacy and gouging over blah 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 is going to go down. So in the United States, the cost comparison with the Trump thing is actually going to go down is going to be 93% off, which is $252 compared to the $1,444. And compared to the global price, which is $355. And then you got, type of, pills, which I can't really say what they are, pills, which go down from $1,349 down to $149 a month. So, the Trump Care, what he's doing is he's actually lowering the prices of smugs for the average American so they can help him. And I'm not lying, dude. What am I lying about?
Well, I have a question real quick.
Sure.
This sounds like a fantastic plan. Of course, I love that we're advocating now for reducing prices in terms of healthcare. I think we can agree upon this. Now, here's my question: how's this any different than Good RX? Something that already existed.
Was the Obamacare?
No, Good RX. It's a platform. Pretty sure it's set up by Mark Cuban, and it has the exact same pricing mechanism, and it already existed prior to Trump RX existing, and it's private.
So the difference: Good RX and Trump RX. Trump RX and Good RX are both cash-based discount tools, but they differ in scope and origin. Good Price RX powers the pricing for Trump RX. And what Good RX does is it actually works with Trump RX. Right there.
Good RX existed prior to Trump RX and already established all of this prior to Trump RX existing. And in terms of this, the only difference that you can really find is the name. It's just Trump in front of it.
But it's what?
Yeah, the only difference, the only thing Trump added is putting his name on it.
And why is that a problem?
Well, it's not an actual new plan. It doesn't help anyone. It doesn't do anything more for people than what already existed. It just puts his name on it.
Can you do me a favor? Can you make it so you're on the big screen, dude? Because having all these boxes near me is making me very uncomfortable. Can you bring it back to the original screen, buddy?
I am on the original screen.
Bro, but you're on the 6 boxes.
No, I'm not. I have no 6 boxes. It's just me.
Okay, anyways. So you say that just because Donald Trump put it on there is not actually a different thing, right? But if Good RX is actually working with Trump RX, wouldn't that actually help the average American as well? Because Trump's pushing it out there to save better amount of money for people, correct?
Yeah, I just ask how has their engagements together, interactions together, actually benefited the prices on Good RX?
Because under the Biden and the Obama administration, Good RX was around, but people weren't really using it because the Obama administration put the thing in effect called Obamacare. Obamacare didn't really help anybody because Obamacare would actually jack the prices of the healthcare that you were having. So with GoodRx, which really didn't help anybody because you had to have like a certain type of criteria in order to have it, what Trump RX is, you don't have to have a certain criteria. All you got to do is apply for it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Not really. I do think that GoodRx establishes the prices and established prices that were lower prior, and I don't think that anything in terms of their engagements with the Trump RX has actually done anything for reducing prices. I think that already existed prior. So if that already existed for these prescription drugs prior, and you can use that in supplement specifically to any type of other healthcare you have, whether that's Medicare, Medicaid, or even the Affordable Care Act. So I don't understand how that would be better with Trump in office comparative to if we had more people having access to the Affordable Care Act or expanded access to a healthcare system, which, by the way, the Democrats wanted to expand to a universal access to healthcare plan.
So how does the Affordable Care Act actually help the average American?
How does the Affordable Care Act help the average American?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it expanded access to healthcare to, I'm pretty sure, over, was it 45 million Americans? And it ensured access to healthcare for individuals who have pre-existing health conditions, which did not exist prior.
So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to read a source from the Education and Workforce from the committee.house. So here's 5 reasons why Obamacare is a failure.
Yeah, so this is just a Republican partisan source of them claiming it's a failure. Okay, interesting.
What we'll do is we'll go to a different one because apparently,
Let's hear the arguments.
So what about Commonwealth fraud? Would that work? CommonwealthFund.organization, would that work for you?
Just tell me whatever. I'll respond to it.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back to that then. The Education Force one. So Obamacare has increased the cost of healthcare and health insurance. The ACA federal mandate and spending, including Medicaid expansions and subsidized individual plans, have drastically increased the cost of healthcare and health insurance. You want to rebuttal that one?
For the individuals getting access to care, it's actually reduced it. Would you, if they'd claim that there's increased costs broadly, specifically from the ACA, I'd like to see the evidence specifically of what they're referencing and how much it was.
Okay, so hold on.
Did they provide a source?
No, they did not, but hold on. That was on the educational funding thing.
Okay.
So Affordable Care Act, what we're going to do is we're going to go to Affordable Care Act statistics.
Yeah, because I would say for the people who specifically got access to care, right, heavily reduces their costs, especially for those on Medicaid and on the ACA. It heavily reduces their costs.
So we'll do 2024 for the statistics. We're going to go to aspe.hh.gov. hhs.gov. Is that a good source for you?
Is this under the Trump administration?
No, this was actually 2024. This was actually done.
Okay.
So this was actually
2024
March
sounds great.
2024. So this was the Biden administration.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right. Let's go into the PDF file. So, healthcare under the Affordable Care Act, based on 2023 and early 2024 enrollments data, 45 million people are currently enrolled. So, key points: marketplaces and Medicaid expansion programs created by the Affordable Care Act have enrolled millions of Americans in participating. Blah 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 blah. Just give me 1 second. Just trying to find something in here. You can talk if you want. I'm trying to find this.
Yeah. Well, Anna, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it.
Bro?
G,
Come on, dude.
thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, G. Steph, thank you. The $5 for Obamacare allowed my sister to pay for her cancer treatment, which saved her life. She's the mother of 2 and supports her family. Yeah, it expanded access for healthcare for many people. Absolutely. As well as Frank, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Keonan, thank you so much for the $20. He got a flag and didn't have a full conversation, and then not many other Trump supporters on early on. What's up?
So, providing premium tax credits to consumers with incomes between 100 and 400 of the federal poverty level.
Yeah, that's expanding access to care, right?
Hold on, I'm trying to find something.
So you're not really explaining how specifically
Because I'm looking through
how
the
much.
fucking thing, buddy.
That's okay.
Calm down there, Parker.
I'm completely calm. I was just telling you.
How's your girlfriend doing, by the way? Well, I'm looking this
I'm
up.
not
How's
going
your
to talk
girlfriend?
to you about my girlfriend. How about you? How about you give me the information that you're referencing? Because
Okay, so the year marketplace enrollment, which was in 2014, the total related enrollment was 12,599,000. By 2024, it went up to 45 million people.
Mhm.
So this represents 14.1 million more people enrolled, which is a 46 increase. Now I'm trying to find how it.
that's good. That means more people have access to healthcare
Yeah,
and
I
health
know.
insurance.
So hold on a minute. I'm actually looking something up on that actual thing about how it actually didn't help.
Okay, yeah. Let me know how it didn't help. Let's
Okay.
see if you can find it.
I will.
Give him a second, everybody. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get out to more people. As always, everyone. Do you just want to say, like, in general, like, we still don't know
Because you
what...
had to make payments. You know that, right? In order for it to have the health care, you actually had to make payments in order to keep it, correct? You know that, right?
You're saying in order to be able to have health care, you have to make payments,
No, in
health
order to have
insurance?
the Obamacare, which was the Affordable Care Act, you had to pay to have it every single month. You know that, right?
You know, it reduces costs, though, right?
But you know that you had to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you know, like for state-based, let's
You know that
let's bring it,
you know
let's
that
bring
like
it to
it
state-based
you know that
areas,
for
right?
many
So
people
New
it's that
York.
way, but I mean it depends on the individual. But like also what I would advocate for is expanded access to health insurance, whether it's free at the point of service. That's my like preferable system. I think there should be a public option that provides that.
Okay, so if we're talking about Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, right?
Yeah, that expands access to health care and health insurance, which I think is a good thing because it reduces the likelihood of people dying and ensures greater access to preventative health care, which reduces healthcare costs in the long run, right? And right, obviously ensures that people have a lot of relief. So I think that that's incredibly helpful for tens of
But
millions
here's
of
the thing,
Americans.
But here's the thing, though. Around 14% of the enrollees in the ACA plans failed to make payments. So I mean,
Okay, so I'm at that. So what's the preferable system, or a system where it's free at the point of service?
well, this is my point that I'm trying to make, though, right? Obama came out with the Affordable Care Act, but yeah, we had Medicaid throughout the whole entire United States. So why did people say Medicaid if Medicaid was actually helping people too?
Well, this is
Medicaid was
supplemental on top
free
of
by the
Medicaid because
state-based.
Medicaid doesn't cover everyone.
But Medicaid, okay, so Obamacare did, right? Obamacare covered everyone?
No, it does not cover everyone, and that's why I want to advocate for a system that is universal. The system covers more people, but not everyone.
So then what's this? So then I'm going to ask you a question. So
A
you know
public
what?
option.
I'm actually going to be nice to you today, Parker. I'm actually learning stuff from you today. So we're going to be nice today. We're not going to be an asshole. I'm not going to call you names. I'm not going to, call you a grifter because I have you a whole entire video of you making fun of yourself being a grifter, about 46 seconds of it. So, but
So we get nice Mikey today?
yeah, sure, why not? We'll be nice today.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to come right back, though, dude, because this whole entire screen thing is actually, like, really pissing me off. So I'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Okay. All right, we'll give him a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Give them a quick second to come back in the app. Give them a quick second. I think it just got glitched on the other screen where it had him on the zoomed in one. Is it better now?
Okay, now I'm back. So I'm going to agree.
Is it better now? Am I larger?
Yes, you are, which makes me so much happier. Anyways, so we're gonna go back into I'm gonna agree with you on the Affordable Care Act thing, right? We're gonna agree on that, right? My next topic that I want to talk about is why do I support Trump? Because he's not allowing and I'm not, this is not to sound mean, and don't kick me, get angry about me, because you did this before with me one day. You kicked me down and tried blocking me. But the transgenderism that is affecting our children and it's indoctrinating our children, Donald Trump is trying to stop that.
Okay. And what is being pushed on kids?
There are drag queens going into schools and hold on.
I'm sorry.
And there's literally videos of them trying to on the children. And I'm not going to say the word.
Trying to what?
They're trying to grape the children.
What?
I'll play the video. I'll bring
What?
it up.
Okay, what? I'm sorry. This is the first time I've heard this one before. No, drag queens are not at mass
Yes, they
just
did.
going into schools and assaulting children. Like, I mean, if any circumstance where that happens, we should hold that person accountable. Yeah, like we're
But
on
this
board
is
with that. I don't
is
think we're advocating for people to be doing that. If anything, if you want to hold people accountable for sexual violence, you probably shouldn't vote for a violent sex offender yourself, right?
okay. So I knew you were going to bring that up. So can you tell me where it actually states that he did that in any of the Epstein files, in any of the things at all? So,
So the
where in the Epstein files does it say that he did that?
Yeah, so he was credibly accused by a minor that got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
Can you say the
Specifically,
name?
yeah, they're marked under Jane Doe 4 specifically, and you can find this by going and looking up NPR investigation into the files specifically that they scrubbed about the interviews associated with these allegations. They still have yet to release the conclusions associated with these interviews because of the fact that they were scrubbing them in the very first place and only released them out of literally being forced to, right?
So would you agree that one of the files that you're talking about is called the Calendar Girls? And in the Calendar Girls, if you look to the right of what they tried doing and they tried interviewing someone, that there was no calls back, nobody came, nobody
No, they had
responded.
3 separate interviews. I'm talking about a scenario where there were 3 separate interviews that they had with this individual. They were deemed to be a credible accuser, and that's why they got a settlement with the Epstein estate.
What was her name?
It's under Jane Doe 4.
Jane Doe 4.
Yeah. You can just look up NPR investigation into the allegations scrubbed by the DOJ in
Okay,
terms of the
so
interviews. Or you can look up
would you
interviews
believe
scrubbed
that
by
the
DOJ.
oversight Democrats House.gov is a reliable source?
That's not going to be the citation for it.
Well, I mean, this is I looked up Jane Doe 4 and it says
That's where they're going to
this
talk about that. That's a place where they've talked about it. Like, so if you look it up and that's where you're going to, if look up what I said and it will link you specifically to the documents, right? Showing you the files.
so hold on.
But I mean, it's not even just that. It's also the fact that he's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman unanimously
No,
by a
but
jury
if
of
you're
9
going to
people
talk
for
about
forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's
Carroll
vagina
though,
against her will. He's
if you're going
bragged
to
about
talk about E.
grabbing
Jean
women by
Carroll
the
though,
vagina without asking. He's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. For Donald Trump, it's a pattern of behavior.
so are you going to talk about E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah, I already brought that up with the civil
So
case.
then why did so if E. Jean Carroll got graced by Donald Trump, right? Why did she say after she got the settlement from Donald Trump, $88 million, that 25 of the men did it? And she wrote a book about it. But yet
She had wrote a, and when you say 25 other men, you're specifically referencing you're like a completely made up number. Like if you actually
no,
look at the book she did, which is by the way prior to the settlement, or not the settlement, prior to her getting the money, the $88 million, right? So prior to that point. So I don't know what you're talking about. This book what you're referencing is from 2019 with the
so,
original accusation targeted towards Trump.
so E. Jean Carroll.
So I don't. You're like making up shit. You know,
No, no,
there
no.
are
Actually,
20.
in
You know, there are
2019 memoir.
27 plus women that have accused Donald Trump of sexual misconduct. Did you know
Hold on.
that?
Hold on. Okay. Well, hold on. In
Do you
2019
think every
memoir.
single one of them are lying, Mikey?
Well, I mean, are you lying when you said you cried when you wanted to cry for Charlie Kirk when you really didn't? I mean, it's the same thing.
I didn't cry for Charlie Kirk. I cried specifically about the circumstance, dude. I was honestly like in that circumstance, traumatized, scared about public events, you know, going out and things like that, right? Being in an event like that. When it happened, I thought it was a school unaliving, right? That's originally what I thought it was. Everyone ran out,
But you thought it was a
so
school
I was
unaliving,
dealing
but
with
yet you
situations
said to
relating to
Dean.
that. So
Wait,
maybe
hold on.
maybe that's the
I just caught you in a
explanation.
lie. I just caught you in a lie. You
What?
said that you thought it was a school unaliving, but yeah, you said to Dean, and you said on your actual post that you were there when it happened. You're only 10 feet away. But
Yeah.
yeah, you just said that you thought it was a school unaliving.
Yeah, the people who were there thought that's what happened. The only people that knew that it was an assassination were people like Hunter Kozak, who specifically saw it happen because he was debating Charlie Kirk. Like all the other people were running away. We didn't see directly, right? It happened to Charlie because we were around the side, right?
But how could you not know what happened to Charlie when you said that you were right in front of him, like 10 feet away?
No, I said I was 30 to 40 feet away, and I was debating people. I was in line, and I was debating people in that line to debate Charlie Kirk.
That's not what you said originally.
That is exactly what I said originally.
I mean, I can bring up the video if you want me to of what you said.
Yeah, I know exactly what I said because I was the one who filmed that video. And why are you pivoting to this? Why are you pivoting to this instead of addressing what I said?
Because the fact about
right, like I brought up how Donald Trump had 27 plus people accuse him of sexual misconduct, and he's like, you lied about crying about Charlie.
Can you name the other people? Stupid fun.
I don't see how that was relevant, sir.
Can you name the other people that actually blamed Donald Trump for it?
Can I what?
Other than E. Jean Carroll, can you name the other people that actually said that he did it?
Yeah, I can find you a whole list of people. I can tell you all 27 people.
You said, wait, but why do you have to look it up? You said there's other women that said he did it. So what?
Yeah, I can, but I'm not gonna be able to mention every single person off the top of my head. But I do know that I do know the names of plenty of individuals. I'm just not gonna try to mention all of them off the top of my head.
Mm-hmm. So back to the thing.
Do you want me to send you a wait? Hold up. Did you want me to send you? Wait, did you want me to send you the list of 27 people?
No. So
no, you don't. So you didn't actually care, did you?
No, because that's a lie.
No, it's not a lie. You just don't care to look into it because you don't care to look into it because it's against the person that specifically you support.
So Carol categorized Trump as one of the 21 hideous men she encountered in her life. In her memoir and related interviews, she disclosed other accusations, including other people. So that point right there that I was trying to make is, if 21 other men did it to her, why did she only go after Donald Trump? Why did she only sue Donald Trump for it?
So, because he defamed her. So, in order to prove defamation, she had to prove the sexual abuse happened, which she did in the civil court.
So
do you accept jury determination? Do you accept a jury determination?
Let me ask you a question.
You've asked me multiple, and I've responded to all of them.
So Parker, let's say you were SA'd as a child, right?
I don't know why you're bringing up a hypothetical like this. This is insane.
Because this is the hypothetical what you just said, because he defamed her.
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to ask someone.
If 21 other men raped her or SA'd her, she only went after Donald Trump because of defamation, correct? But all the other men, the other 21 men, raped her and SA'd her, and
those are sexual. By the way, the number you're bringing up is also like a completely weird number. You're also referencing other, like the Les Moonves is the other guy, right? Which, by the way, she brought up in the context of the book, right? And then literally also, right, he didn't go on this rampage defaming her, so she didn't go after him in the court. So you understand there's a difference there. Also, using the position of the presidency in order to be able to elevate those particular types of arguments against her is also more grounds for defamation in a lawsuit in the very first place.
Ground for defamation because if it
and also you understand that statute of limitations. What you don't understand is that statute of limitations prevent victims from coming out and trying their abusers in these situations because of how fucked up the system is.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
I'll give you a perfect example.
That is true.
Why.
And this is literally an example why. That's why it was in a civil case and not a criminal case.
I'll give you. That's not true.
It is true.
I'll give you an example why. I don't tell people my shit, and I don't give what your 4.9 thousand people care right now. I'm in the middle of the SA abuse case because it happened to me as younger. And the statute of limitations stopped in 2020 to 2025. So at that time, if let's say the 21 people that...
it depends on your state. It depends on your area.
No, it doesn't.
It does. It actually does. Like the specific law we're referencing is for New York.
No, it's not.
Do you live in New York?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then obviously, like, you can't say that the laws would be the exact same because it's different depending on the state.
What?
Yeah,
that is not true.
Yes, it is.
The statute of limitation.
Dude, I'm serious. I promise you that's true.
I promise you it's not. I promise you it's not.
I'd put money on it.
All right, how much you want to put on it?
Okay, well, I mean, I can put a lot. The statute of limitations is what prevented E. Jean Carroll from being able to try him in a criminal case. Okay. I don't want to take your money though on something that it's so blatantly obvious, but I will.
The statute of limitations. What'd you say?
Yeah, the statute of limitations is what prevented E. Jean Carroll from trying him in a criminal court in New York. Because the statute of limitations in New York is different than different states.
E. Jean Carroll from criminal.
Yeah, from criminal court.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because there's a different statute of limitation for criminal court, for civil court, and for the different types of crimes or violations that are committed. So, and it's also different depending on state. And you know what? I agree with you. It shouldn't be different depending on state. That shouldn't exist.
So, you're correct and you're wrong at the same time. Here's the reason why. Because she filed the case in 2019.
No, she filed the case
So,
in, I think, 2022, I think. Or
no,
2021,
she
one of the
filed in
other.
2019. Those are
2019 is
It
when
happened in
she accused
1990.
him.
The criminal statute of limitations for rape in New York that at the time of the alleged incident, 1995 or 1996, was 5 years,
Yeah.
which expired long before the allegation became public in 2019.
Yeah, exactly. You just proved my point.
But hold on a minute. I'm reading something.
Yeah.
I appreciate you having me up, though, buddy. This is the longest I've been in your life, and I really appreciate it.
I mean, as long as you can engage in a conversation.
So, I know there was actually the statute of limitation originally set to expire August 20th. The window was extended by 1 year due to the C-19 pandemic, eventually closing August 14th, 2021. The extension. Oh, this is for Herman Law.
Yeah, that's for the civil case. For civil cases, for statute of limitations, it was extended so that she could try him. And it's not just so that she could try him. Thousands of other people tried. They're abusers.
So if you said it closed, why did I file in 2020 for my SA abuse?
It's different state laws. Different state laws.
What do you mean it's different state laws? How would that be
Different state laws. So, like, the state that you're in is going to have different laws. These laws that we're referencing for statute of limitations are for New York. You don't live in New York, so it's different depending on the state.
I was living in New York when it happened.
So you specifically you
filed
went
for
through
it
the
in
New York system.
I filed it in New York, and now I live in Arkansas.
So this whole system you filed through New York, and was it within
Yes.
5 years?
No, it happened to me when I was 13 years old, and I filed.
And was
in
this a civil case or
2020.
criminal?
What?
Is this civil or criminal?
I believe it's civil or criminal. I don't
Civil,
know.
and
I'm going after.
you
the state,
might be a
county.
person that was able to do this because of the same law that E. Jean Carroll was.
But no, how would that be the case if I am not
The
lying.
Child Survivors Act came before the Adult Survivors Act.
Okay, so I didn't know that. And okay, you know what? Can I do something to these pukes in your chat, because I'm not going to tell them. They're not going to tell me I'm a liar. I will literally show you.
Wait, no. So no. This can be explained by the Child Survivors Act coming before the Adult Survivors Act.
So
that's why
I didn't know.
That's okay.
Okay, so wait, I want to prove everybody really quick, okay? Because you know I'm going to prove you guys. You're going to call me a liar, which I'm going to prove to you right now that I'm not. And I know you can put me on the big screen. So.
Hey, dude, you don't have to go and do that in order to be able to prove to the people in the chat.
You know what, Parker? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm tired of people calling me a liar and tired of people putting me down for shit that I know that I got raped as a child.
I'm really sorry to hear that. I do believe you. I don't think you're lying.
But this is the people in your chat that I was trying to explain to you yesterday. These are the people that support you and Dean that are sitting here.
So wait, by the way, I have a question. Are you in my live?
Yes.
Do you support Dean and I?
No.
Exactly. So the whole argument that just because someone's in my live that means they support me is not true, right? I don't understand this argument. And even so, right, like, again, you can understand that they were probably talking about the claim specifically about the case in terms of the civil case being applied because of the statute of limitations, but that can simply just be explained by saying that the Child Survivors Act came prior to the Adult Survivors Act, and that's why there's an explanation. So someone could originally had thought that for a second, but then realize, oh wait, I'm probably wrong on that.
But what they're saying in the chat is that I'm lying about me being SA'd as a child.
Well, I don't think that they were claiming that. If they were, and if they were, that's horrible.
Parker supporters wouldn't shame a survivor. Then they go, then shut up. Is this guy the one that was crying on Dean's live today? Blah, blah. Then they go, crybaby. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. I have no proof of you being a liar or not. I'm not judging you at all. He's not in charge of us.
Hey,
Stop
is it
reading the
possible?
chat.
Is it possible that we could just say we disagree with certain people's statements in the chat while also simultaneously being able to move on with this conversation? If not, I might just go on to the next person because I don't
You can
think
go on to
that.
the next person because I'm not. You know what, bro? I'm not going to
It's
have your
okay.
people that support you constantly bash on me and then write things on my TikTok pages saying that my friend Manny is glad that she's gone.
Okay,
You
I'm
deserve
sorry.
to be
I
with
think
her.
that's horrible. I've already told you this, but I don't know why that has
I
anything to
understand
do
that,
with
but
me.
this is the point
That
that I
because
want to get
someone
across to you
decided to
and
go
Gene
comment
Parker.
something horrible,
You
it
need
has
to
nothing to
tell
do with
your
me. I've
supporters
disagreed with
that they
it.
got to stop doing that shit.
Hey,
'Cause
dude.
that is making you look bad. That is making your supporters and the people that support you, the
I don't.
3.5
I don't
people.
care if you think I look bad because of that. Honestly, because I didn't do anything wrong. I literally did nothing wrong. I
You didn't do
disagree
anything
with what they
wrong, but
did. I
you
disagree with
have
what they did. I did
supporters.
nothing wrong. You can't say I did anything wrong in this scenario. What did I do? What could I have done differently?
There's people sending me messages right now
Wait,
calling me
hey,
crybaby.
tell me, Mikey. What could I have done differently?
You could actually have a moderator here and kick those people out that
I
say
need
that
more
stuff all the
moderators.
time.
Okay, well the reality of the matter is that I'm capped at a certain amount of moderators, and not everyone who's a moderator is in my live 24/7. So it is hard to moderate a chat of thousands of different people, right? Obviously, moderators are in here doing that, but it's very hard to do that in a stream where TikTok literally prevents you from having increases in the level of moderators. That's the explanation. So. There's not really much more I can do when it comes to that. So you can either choose to engage in a conversation with me based upon some things that I can control, right? Or you can choose to blame me for things that I have literally absolutely no control over.
Well, I'll be back a little bit. I gotta do some stuff. I have to get ready for work. So
Okay, alrighty. Well, I'm just gonna go into the next person, Mr. Flinch. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wicked as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Wicked. Thank you. Jeez, dude. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today,
I guess
Harris
so.
versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
In what month?
January.
Okay, for sure. I have a few people to thank, then we can move on to our conversation. Jester, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. It's hard to obviously point that out to someone specifically who's in a situation like that, but yeah, obviously, yeah, that it definitely is. Miguel, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. And he also won't believe the people that accused Donald Trump of sexual abuse who were in the credible accusations from the Epstein files. And yet he was saying it was an issue for people to not believe him, which is, of course, like we should believe in both scenarios. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you. G, thank you for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you as well. I think I've watched a few. I think they're pretty good. As well as Wicked. Thank you so much for the push the $5. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, so as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, I'm not here to defend every comment that he's made. I'm not saying he's perfect. I just want to focus more on the policy outcomes instead of things I don't know, before COVID, where unemployment was around 3.5%, tax cuts that changed business conditions, trade policy like USMCA, and stricter immigration enforcement.
Okay. So the USMCA is something he went back on by imposing more tariffs on Canada and Mexico. So he kind of destroyed the USMCA. So if you agree with it, he doesn't agree with that now. So how do you feel about that?
I never didn't do my research on that. Can I do my research really quick on that?
Yeah, that's totally fine.
All right, one sec.
Like the new policies didn't continue it and extend it. Is essentially the point I'm making, and that he imposed more tariffs in place.
Okay, 1 sec.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, if you're on YouTube again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. As always, everybody, do you give them a quick second, everyone? Yeah, we've had an interesting start to our stream so far, everybody.
So what I'm seeing is it says like USMCA wasn't destroyed. It was actually like negotiated and signed under Trump to replace NAFTA. It's still the current trade agreement between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding is that the tariffs that they are imposed, right, apply to goods that the USMCA doesn't, or what's called doesn't apply to, meaning that they negotiated new terms that didn't extend the negotiated terms of the USMCA. Does it make sense?
Sort of. Okay, I'll keep that in mind.
Like, if you think that the negotiated terms between the U.S., Canada, and Mexico are good under the USMCA, but he's not extending those similar agreements, well, then obviously that would mean that he would agree with a different trade structure than the USMCA.
Okay. I had another thing to talk about. 1 second.
I'm not gonna lie, I actually kind of like the USMCA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. I haven't seen any part of it that I disagreed with it.
Okay. Also, like, you do like mention like a bunch of things, like all the controversial things he said, but like that's more like personality wise, you know, like do you not care more about like what he actually does for the country?
It's
compared to, like,
personality and policy. I call out both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if there was a president that everyone like really loved, no disagreements on, but he was a terrible president and the economy fell to shit, would you still support him?
It depends who the other candidate is. And it also depends on the outcomes. Like, there needs to be a little bit more specifics on that.
Okay, well, I don't know. I kind of like make the comparison to like, I don't know, like Kanye. Like Kanye's a little controversial, but people still listen to his music. Like, so is Elon Musk, but people still buy Teslas and shit, you know?
Yeah, like the point that I would make is that I think that you can meet a certain point of character that's disqualifying. But I think that Trump would be disqualified by character or policy.
All
like,
right,
for example, like JD Vance, right? I still disagree with JD Vance. He's going to continue the similar policy that Trump was, right? I'm going to vote against him as well. It's also policy distinctions.
Yeah. And then the E. Jean Carroll thing, right?
Okay, so doesn't want to talk about policy, brings up character. Okay, we can talk about character.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah. You decided to bring up character and to talk about character. We're now going to talk about the E. Jean Carroll case, right? After you just saying that you wanted to focus on policy.
Yeah, we can focus on policy if you want. I was
saying that that's what you wanted to focus on, but then you did otherwise.
Yeah. Okay. We can focus on policy then.
I was already talking about character, so if you want to talk about that, we can talk about that.
No, you're right. I did switch up there. You're right. So what about the unemployment? When Trump's under presidency, the unemployment hit an all-time low.
Unemployment's increased since Trump got in office. The unemployment that was under the Trump administration was not an all-time low. It was lower under the Biden-Harris administration and lower at multiple different points in U.S. history.
Well, it's when he was in first term, it was at 3.5%, which was like the lowest it's been in decades, right?
You'd say the last 50 years.
Right now, it's
prior to that point,
under 4%.
And then when Biden got in office, it got down to 3.4%. Twice.
Really?
Yeah. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. I think the first time, was it April 2023?
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, under Trump before COVID, unemployment was already around 3.5%, which was a 50-year low. But like both administrations had low unemployment at different points.
What did Donald Trump do to reduce the unemployment rate?
Do my research. 1 second. So the tax cuts, 2017 tax cuts and Jobs Act lowered corporate tax rate 35% to 21%.
Yeah.
The deregulation, right?
What specific
so
deregulation?
Pardon?
What specific deregulation?
Rolled back regulations in energy, finance, and business sectors.
Are you just reading off of ChatGPT?
Yeah.
So like, if, by the way, is that
Yeah.
research? Is that evidence? No.
No, not at all.
And also, in terms of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, I don't think that was very beneficial at reducing unemployment. Right? The reason why is because higher top marginal tax rates actually incentivize reinvestment into the firm, which leads to more business and job growth. Did you know that?
Yeah.
So
No,
actually, I
didn't,
think that
honestly.
lower top marginal tax rates, having a flat rate across the board for corporations, actually isn't beneficial for incentivizing people to do that.
Fair enough. No, I was just seeing if ChatGPT was good enough to debate you. I'm from Canada, so I don't even follow a bunch of shit. But
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Keonan, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. More so than prior days, to some degree. I mean, the very minimum, like the most minimal amount possible. You know, and that's such a low bar. I feel like, you know, geez, like, you know, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Parker Cooks, ChatGPT. This is what just happened. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You and Dean are awesome sauce, like bee's knees.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Thank you for the sheep. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen.
Who's the one who came first, Abisa?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That one. I win.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. To give us a quick second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes,
What's your birth year?
I do. It is January 8th, 2008.
And what state do you live in?
I live in the US in sorry, I'm starting so bad. Chicago.
That's a state?
Yes, I live in around Chicago in the US.
I live in the U.S. in Chicago. That's actually a new state that just dropped, everybody. New state called Chicago, actually. The greatest state in the U.S., actually. England is actually my city, everybody. England is my city, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Oh, fuck. Shit.
How old are you? Okay, they're trolling too. Let's get the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If you're a leftist, you deserve.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what up?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I mean, Trump, for some reason, I don't know, you got my vote, but I was thinking about Harris, but for some reason, I just went to Trump.
So if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Ooh, I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know which one.
Recommend watching the streams. We're going to go into the next person. Everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
The hair song. Not gone there.
How old are you?
Keep saying the nail song. It's the hair song.
Thank you for the sheet, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, this me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I'd say so.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I guess it depends what Harris is offering, but I think I'd go for Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
His policy on borders and also his foreign policy. Why don't you?
Well, it's a very long list. Are you sure you want me to go through that, or should I go on the things you brought up?
No, I'd love to hear your list.
Okay. Well, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing Eugene Carroll unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating her against her will. We can point to the fact that he's bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where there's been 2 18-year-olds that came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate. We could point to the fact that he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. He called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He denies science relating to climate change, saying the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
Okay, yeah, I hear you. Tell me, just so I know, the whole Eugene Carroll story. To my understanding, he was held civilly liable, so not anything that was criminal, and not only that, but she sued him 20 years later, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like that's more of a play on the fact that Donald Trump got relevant after. I feel like there's many of these kind of cases. Not only that, but 20 years, I feel like is not very indicative of the person he is now.
Oh, so you think someone can rape someone 20 years ago and they can change and you could vote for him for president?
He was held civilly liable, so there is no actual.
Let me
proof.
just clarify. Can you answer the question? Someone can rape someone and 20, 30 years later you'd be chill with them?
I don't think I could be chill with them, but then again,
you'd still vote for him, right?
Look. Let me put it like this.
You'd still vote for him, right?
if he was like criminally indicted for rape, I would personally
Well,
vote
why
for
not
him.
lie? Like, let me ask you this question: if someone was held liable of sexually abusing a woman 20 years ago, would you let them
Right.
babysit your kid?
I mean, listen, I feel like that depends because then what is
It
the criminal?
depends, really?
Yeah, because hear me out.
On
Like, I
whether or
mean,
not you're a
first of all,
shitty parent,
what's
yeah.
prison for? No,
It
no,
depends
no.
on whether or not
What's
you're a
prison
shitty
for?
parent. I'm sorry, yeah. If
Sorry,
you would
what
let
is
someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman 20 years ago babysit your
no?
kid, you're fucking crazy.
What is prison for? Is prison for holding people like because they did a crime, or is it for rehabilitation?
I think that it depends on the scenario, right? Obviously, for the most horrible, atrocious criminals, it's going to be for literally keeping them there and keeping them away from the rest of society. For
Yeah, but I
other
feel like
individuals, I would love
atrocious.
for there to be rehabilitation. When we're talking about certain things like this, I don't think that they can rehabilitate. That's not what
You
I mean.
don't
I'm
think
not. I'm
that?
not looking for that
Okay,
with
so you
individuals like
don't think
this.
so? So you don't think that somebody that raped someone 20 years ago could go at all through a rehabilitation?
I don't care to do that. I don't want to do that.
But I feel like that's against what we're looking for ethically as well. Like, I
Nope.
mean, anybody
Not for
should
me.
be able
Not
to
for me.
to redeem
Absolutely not for me.
themselves.
They should be in prison because it's removing their ability to be in the rest of society. That's the point of prison for individuals like this. Rehabilitation
Okay,
needs to be
well,
reformed and extended specifically like what they have in other countries. But for a lot of other crimes, I'm not disputing you when it comes to things like that. But when it comes to the most atrocious crimes, absolutely fucking not. They should stay in prison.
I feel like there are
Absolutely.
many
I don't think that's
atrocious
a
crimes. I
crazy
agree
take.
that it's an atrocious crime, but I think that is a crazy take. Not only that, but
Wait. Do you
let's
think
go
it should
to the
be
matter at
illegal
hand.
for? How about this? Can you say this with me? It should be illegal for
Yeah,
someone to run for president of the United States if they've been determined by a
definitely,
jury to have sexually
definitely,
abused
yes,
someone.
definitely.
Okay, so then you think it should be illegal for Trump to run for president of the United States? Why would you vote for him?
Because I believe, okay, you know what? Right now, I feel like in the next election, I agree with you. I wouldn't probably vote for him, but I would vote. Actually,
Like if the election were held
sorry,
today,
I
Harris
would vote
versus
for
Trump,
him
who would you rather
over.
vote for?
I would vote for Trump because I'd rather vote for Trump
There
over
we go.
Harris because
So
Harris is a terrible
why?
president.
Why?
She's a terrible candidate. She doesn't know what she's doing. She changes her
Why?
opinion every 5 seconds. For
No, she
instance, with
doesn't.
Iran,
She doesn't
yes, she
change her
does.
opinions every 5 seconds.
Okay,
Where'd you get that?
okay. She went on a whole rant before the president, well, before she lost, about how Iran was the number one enemy, and right now she's talking about how Trump is just doing this big mistake and how Iran didn't do anything. And I feel like there's this big confusion,
Wrong.
and now
That's
she's
not what
kind
she
of
said.
changing.
No, she said
Okay,
that
then
we were under no imminent
please
threat
enlighten
of being
me.
attacked by Iran. They can be the number one threat while also not being an imminent threat that we should go to war with right away. Do you
Yeah, but that was
understand
at
that
the current.
both statements could be true? Like I understand why do people they constantly use this fucking quote out of context to try to critique Kamala Harris?
Because that was at the current circumstance. Trump
Wait,
around,
you
well, I
understand that
guess
she's
this
saying that they're a
March.
threat. That doesn't mean we should go to war with them. Who do you think is the number one threat to
Of
America?
course, but Trump was
Who's the
saying,
number
I
one
think
threat to
Iran is
America?
the number
Answer
one
this
threat.
question.
Iran.
Okay, so wait, okay, well, I mean, I would say, like, for example, Russia, right? But that doesn't mean that we should go to war with Russia, right?
Sure.
Like, that's what I would have said prior to our war with Iran, for example.
Okay, I agree with you, but
And by the way, now
current
the only
circumstances.
reason, and actually, we could say Trump is the number one threat. Actually, good
All
call,
right,
everyone. Good
that's
call. Well, obviously, we're talking about
you're just
obviously we're
going
talking about
off.
foreign
Yeah.
country, but yeah,
Listen, I
Trump is
feel
number one
like
threat. I
she
would
said
actually argue that, like,
she
if we're
said
gonna
that Iran was
consider
the
real
number one
threats
threat.
to our system.
Yeah, okay, but let's talk about countries for a second. She said that
Okay.
Iran was the number one threat, okay, and that was during the time it was the number one threat. And I'm sure that if she was in the situation, the same situation Trump was like this March, she would have. Well, I doubt she would have because she's really weak on foreign policy. But Trump was in his
She
rights
was
to
not
do
weak
that
on
because
foreign
it
policy. I
was
don't know where
not
you got
only.
that.
It was not. Hold on. It was not only something. It was not only a threat, but it was an active threat. It was something that had to be like he had to go to war against it. Wow. Like I feel he had to go to war against against Iran. Wow. Sorry. Do you not agree?
No, he did not have to go to war with Iran. There was
So
no
what should-
imminent
what
threat
should he
of them
have done?
attacking us. There was no imminent nuclear threat, even, because they haven't been building up their nuclear enrichment since the original strike about a year ago. Along with the fact that we can also point to how, with Iran, Joe Kent specifically literally left office because of that, saying that there was no imminent threat, citing that. Tulsi Gabbard testified in front of Congress, right, and literally had a
Sure,
written
but
statement to
would you
Congress,
agree? Would you
literally
agree
denoting
that
that
it's
to be
pretty
true, that they were not
alarming?
building that up. They were not under imminent nuclear threat. Trump put us at a greater circumstance of them being a nuclear threat. Why? Because he pulled out of the JCPOA. Because they were at under 3.7% enrichment of uranium prior. Now they're at 60% because Trump pulled out of that agreement.
Okay, hold on. Would you agree that Iran's government, the RGC, killing 60,000 people in 3 days, 60,000 protesters in 3 days is alarming?
Obviously, any type of atrocity like that's alarming. And also, I'm not sure on the exact numbers, obviously, because I haven't seen like a report on that.
I'm quite
what
sure
report
first of all,
were you
I'm
seeing
quite
that
sure it's
from?
well above 60,000. I don't have
You said in 3 days?
an exact citation. In 3 days, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any specific numbers, but
Well,
like,
then please look it
even
up and correct me on a
No,
further
I mean,
occasion.
I
but-
can. I'm just saying that I'm not able to verify anything right now. But even so,
Okay.
the point that I make is that I can condemn the IRGC. I think what IRGC is horrible, but that doesn't mean that we should be involving ourselves as the world police. Right?
Of
Like,
course not. But I mean,
that's
it's not a
essentially what
question
you're
of world
arguing that we
police.
do.
Okay. If Iran got a hold of a nuclear weapon, it would be a disaster for the whole world, the whole Western world.
Yeah. So why did Trump pull out of the JCPOA?
Listen. You have an issue.
So why did Trump pull out of the JCPOA?
Hold on. Give me a second. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Why do you... kidding me? Hold on. Okay. So sorry. I gotta go.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Joel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, it's actually fucking horrible. Like, every single person, left, right, should be able to say that it should be illegal in that circumstance for someone to run for president. And by the way, even when people say it should be illegal, they still somehow, I'm like, yeah, I would vote for the candidate. I think it should be illegal for them to run, though. But I would still vote for them. Like, what? That makes literally 0 sense. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, how old are you?
Hello. Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18, but I'm not from America, so my English isn't very...
Okay. We are just looking for some people who specifically meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some people who meet that criteria on the screen. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. If you're a Trump supporter in the U.S. and above the age of 18, yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I just to preface, I don't really like either candidate, but I choose Trump.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I honestly think that, or at least I invest in the stock market, and since he's been in office, I've been doing decently well, and I think the stock market's been growing pretty well.
Okay.
And while it's not a direct reflection of the economy, it is still an economic indicator. It's a leading economic indicator. So I think that it's been growing under his presidency so far, and I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, the Dow and the S&P have grew at a lower rate in 2025 than they did in 2024.
But it's still going up.
Okay. That's not a reason to support Trump. If it went up to a higher extent in 2024, the year before he got in office.
Yeah, and I think that one of the things that you have to realize is he can't directly control what he's doing with the stock market. Like he's not.
So then why were you saying that was a leading indicator of the economy and that you're going to say Trump is responsible for that and that it's good that Trump is causing this and this is a reason why you support Trump if he doesn't directly cause it?
Because he's not directly causing it, but he's like it's under his presidency, so.
But okay, so what do you attribute to him as a reason to why you support him?
Okay, I'll give you a different example. I think that yes, the stock market has been doing well, but I also think that personality is he's a horrible person personality wise. He's obviously not a good person. But I will say I think that it's nice to have a president who other countries may respect a lot more than they would other candidates, or at least fear. Not that other countries fearing Trump is a good thing, but it's a good thing in the only aspect of us being in war. I think that because people think that Trump is really unpredictable, they're not going to have any reason to push our buttons a little bit, which will benefit us, in my opinion.
Okay, so explain to me why our European allies aren't helping us then.
Because we are no longer in that agreement with them.
Oh no, we're still in NATO.
Maybe because they don't want to get involved in a war. Like I just told you, like Trump is a little bit unpredictable.
But like when Biden asked, were they willing to get involved with Ukraine?
Because Biden's a completely different president than Donald Trump.
So you're saying Biden commanded more respect than Trump?
I think that Biden definitely commanded more. Biden was more likable. I think Trump was a little bit more respected and feared.
Explain to me how he was more respected or feared.
Trump?
Yeah.
The fact that other countries know that Trump has been very loose with his words, and there's been many times where he's a psychopath, but he's tweeted some crazy things that other countries.
Why do you want a psychopath as president?
It's not that I want a psychopath as president. It's the fact that in the current war situation, I think that a president that's a little bit, since I'm wrong, like a little bit unhinged is a good thing for us.
No, it's not.
Because
don't we want stability from our leaders?
We do, of course, but I think in a war standpoint, you don't want someone that's going to be shown as weak. I don't think anyone sees.
How is Harris weak?
I think just Trump is stronger. It's not the fact that Harris is weak. I just think I just told you.
No, you didn't.
I didn't tell you how Trump is stronger than.
Nope.
Okay,
you just said he's more unhinged. That does not make him stronger. I would argue that makes him weaker.
I don't think so.
I would.
Do you
want a quarterback that is unhinged, or do you want a solid and good quarterback?
What? It's a
do you want a quarterback that can be really good sometimes or really bad sometimes, or do you want a quarterback that is solidly good?
I mean, he's a higher floor and a higher ceiling, so or I guess a lower floor but a higher ceiling. So
I don't think so. I don't even think that's true.
Oh, I think that's true. If you have a
can you name one example of the higher ceiling
with Trump?
Yeah.
I would say it's kind of like you're kind of asking me a weird question. A higher ceiling for Trump? Like, what does that even mean? Like something that
anything that he's done that's been like of the top echelon of things that you can do that are so beneficial.
I understand your point, but I don't think you understand that it's beneficial that he is a little bit feared from other countries, especially the war that we're in right now.
Is he feared, or is it our military that's feared? And if it's our military that's feared,
it's definitely him. It's definitely him.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
Do you think it's because of his physical nature?
Physically, no, but the way that he presents himself and the things that he says, 100%.
Like what specifically?
I mean, he looks like a goofball, but he's obviously a terrifying guy, and he runs one of the most powerful countries in the world. So
yeah, but like, what about the way that he presents himself makes you fear yourself?
The fact that he has a lot of confidence and he doesn't back down on what he's saying, and he says stuff with conviction.
He does back down on what he's saying all the time. For example, with Ukraine, didn't he back down? Didn't he taco out of didn't he taco out of completely ending Iranian civilization? Didn't he taco on a bunch of different things? We literally call him taco. Trump always chickens out.
What is taco? What does that mean?
Trump always chickens out.
I got you. Okay. So I have a genuine question for you, and I want you to think about this. If you were into war with a different country, right, and from a third perspective, and you didn't know Donald Trump at all, but you saw the things he was saying online, how he's presenting himself, the way he was going about talking to different leaders and talking to people in the White House and giving speeches, you'd probably think he's the third coming of Hitler, and you'd be terrified. You wouldn't want to combat this guy. You would probably protect your country and not get involved with any altercation with him. And I think that's beneficial for us in the scenario that we're in right now.
You think it's beneficial that people see him as the quote unquote third coming of Hitler? What is the third? What do you mean? What do you mean by the third, bro?
Because Harris is the second, so Trump's the third.
Come on, bro. Are you serious? Or is that like, was that just like something you just made up right then because you had nothing?
No, that's not. I'm
You
serious.
did just make that up, didn't you?
I didn't.
Okay, so then what you think that Kamala Harris is the second coming of Hitler?
If she was in office, then yes, but she didn't have the opportunity to be. But that's not the point. The point is.
So then how would Trump be the third coming of Hitler? Like, what is that? Can you explain that one to me?
Because he was, I don't know.
I can hear you trying to whip something stupid out of your ass.
Yeah, I think you're focusing on the wrong things. Like, do you understand my point?
No.
My point is that when you are
we want our allies to think that our candidate for president is Hitler.
No, our allies don't think that though. No,
really? Why are they
our
not
allies
helping
think that.
us? Why do they think that we're a rogue state?
They're not helping us because we don't need help, and they don't need to be involved and make enemies with other countries that aren't really going to harm us. Do you seriously?
Or
think
maybe
the
they
US
don't
can't handle
respect what
themselves?
Trump's doing.
Doesn't mean they dislike him or they still.
It does mean they just. Do you want to know what his approval rating is in Europe?
What?
It's even lower than what it is here.
Okay,
and
that
it's
means
low
what?
here.
Yeah. Parker, I just don't think you're grasping the idea of a leader being feared. In the aspect of war.
Yeah, explain what meaningful impact that we get in a positive manner from this quote unquote fear.
I'll tell you right now.
Whoa, I'm so terrified. Ooh.
Say other countries got involved in the war, allies with Iran, and they decided that they were going to take a hit at the U.S. But then Trump goes on social media, he goes on X, and he says, "Oh, I'm going to I'm going to off everyone that tries to mess with the U.S." They probably will be a little bit deterred from going to attack the U.S.
Do you think Trump will actually do that?
Yes, absolutely.
He would. You think he would actually eliminate the entirety of every single person in that civilization?
Oh, no. I'm saying he'd say it. I'm not saying he'd actually do it.
So if he wouldn't actually do it, then why would the people who are our adversaries take him seriously at all?
Because he's unpredictable. And, yes, obviously me and you think that he won't do it, but other countries that know nothing about him.
No. You think he won't do it. As a Trump supporter yourself, you think he won't do it. So if you think he won't do it,
Correct.
Then why the hell would any other country believe that he would do it?
Because they don't know him, and they didn't vote for him, and they're not in his country.
They don't know him, and they didn't vote for him. So,
Yeah.
But couldn't they just find out after what Trump's already done? Or he's tacoed out?
I don't think he's talking out of a lot of things that he said, in my opinion.
He has tacoed out.
What's the biggest thing he talked out of? Revolving around the war.
Civilization. The end. He said he would end Iranian civilization.
And what was the response to that? They were like, "Oh crap, I need to relax. I'm kind of terrified now."
What did we get out of that?
We got them not retaliating.
And how'd that work? The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, right?
Yeah, but that's just their only tactic to harm us because they know if they do anything else.
So they are harming us.
I mean, I think a little bit. Obviously, gas prices have been going up.
So if they are harming us, that means that they're currently still not at peace and ceasefire with us, right?
So
if they're still actively trying to harm us.
It's not really harm. It's preventatory. They're trying to
preventatory.
Yeah, sorry, is that not a word?
I've never heard that one before. That's a first.
Yeah, well, Trump added it to the dictionary last Tuesday. I don't know if you're up to that, but
new Trump dictionary added that preventatory.
Yeah, he did. Anyways, I think that you understand what I'm saying?
No,
you don't.
Okay. No, I don't. I'm not following.
I'm gonna explain the situation. So, do you think that just be honest? Do you think that any country in the world fears Trump?
No.
How do you think that? Are you serious? What about Trump do you not fear? If you were a different country and he was threatening to genocide your entire country, what would you not fear about that?
Because he's not going to do it.
Until
Because
he
he's
needs to, or
Taco.
until
He's Taco, bro. No one fears him. Not a single person on a soul on this planet. Why would they?
you don't think anyone respects him?
You know what I think they fear?
What?
Is what he has access to, not him.
Exactly. Okay, so that's even more of a point.
So watch this. If it's what he has access to and not him, that's not different depending on the person who's in office. You know that if the Democrats were in office, those capabilities would still exist. So it's not that they're scared of our leaders. It's that they're scared of what our leaders have access to.
Absolutely.
And this is what's so ridiculous. And the whole idea that you want a president that is unpredictable is ridiculous. We want a president that is predictable, not only for us here in the United States, but on general things like this for the rest of the world, because of the fact that we need stability. We need to be able to work together internationally with other countries. And when we don't have stability, it's hard to be able to generate those types of relations and meaningfully hold together with those relations. If you don't have very good expectations for your allies, it's really, really hard to have like a stable relationship with them. Now, in terms of like our adversaries, you're saying, oh, we don't want them to know what we're going to do. I guess that's like okay in some instances. I just don't think how that's any uniquely true with Trump than it is with Harris. Like if they specifically attack us, they're going to get a response from Harris as well. You think that we're just going to sit there and do nothing? I would support that. If someone attacks our country directly, I would support responding. Obviously, it makes sense to respond in that scenario. Of course, that's defensive, right? But we're talking right now, Donald Trump starting a war, being that offense right now, right? Starting a war when we were not under an imminent threat. I would understand if they were going to attack the U.S. There was very good intelligence indicating that they were going to attack the U.S., and it wasn't under an imminent risk of happening, and we did so in response to reduce casualties. That makes sense. That's not what happened. Not at all. There's no evidence indicating that. And if there's no evidence indicating that at all, this isn't defensive. This isn't in protection of our country. This is in protection of Donald Trump's reputation and him trying to literally deflect away from the Epstein files. It's protection of his relationship with the state of Israel and trying to get them to expand continuously, fucking permanently, forever within the Middle East and within that region. That's specifically what this war is about. It's to make money for his rich friends and defense contractors and oil companies, right? His friends profit off of this. He market manipulates all the time to make money for his friends.
Do you seriously think Donald Trump started a war to make money for his friends?
I think that's a reason in conjunction with others, yes.
I don't think so, personally. I feel like that's a pretty insane reason to start a war.
Yeah, it is. It is an insane reason to start a war. And that's exactly something that Donald Trump would do. What objectives have we met through this war so far? It's a month and a half in, nearly 2 months in. What objectives have we met?
I'll tell you, I think that maybe Trump's trying to increase domestic production of oil. I think maybe due to the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed off, we now have no choice but to produce the oil ourselves and become more of an exporter of it rather than an importer, which, in my opinion, is good for our economy. Would you disagree?
I would argue it's not.
You can't disagree with that, bro. It's
I would
objective.
argue it's not. The reason why is because I think that we should be producing
sense.
specifically renewable energy production. When he cuts renewable energy production and then he tries to increase it by literally causing the prices to go up for consumers, that disenfranchises working people in this country. You can build up production and supply without disenfranchising working class people in this country.
But you're not disenfranchising any
You are.
working class people.
You are.
If anything,
You don't think gas prices going up
jobs.
disenfranchises working people in this country?
Do you not think it creates more opportunities for jobs?
You would say for those specific oil companies in those specific areas,
Definitely.
temporarily,
Okay.
not in the long run.
Well, how do you know it's not going to be long run if the Strait of Hormuz never opens up again?
Okay, so you think the Strait of Hormuz will be permanently closed, and you think
I don't
Trump
think
wants
permanently
this?
closed, but for the
so you
foreseeable
think Trump
future?
wants? So if that's good for the economy, then why did the stock market increase when Trump said it was open again?
Because the stock market isn't reflective of oil.
But it's
And
reflective of
because-
future of what people think is good for the future, expectations for the future.
Well, a lot of the hype behind the stock market is around AI, and AI has nothing to do with oil.
Wait, no, but
Also-
like the declines there were not because of AI, or the declines there were because of the war with Iran, right? Because the Strait of Hormuz was closed, and then the increases were because they thought it was going to be open again.
Yeah, and the whole
Okay, so
thing
then
about this
you have to acknowledge that that means we think that we have better outcomes for the future if the Strait of Hormuz is open. Because facilitating free trade is economically better for the economy as a whole, comparative to just helping out oil companies specifically by literally causing countries around the world to need to buy from our country to a greater extent by increasing the cost of global oil.
I just don't understand why you're so against domestically producing oil rather than importing it from other
Because I don't
countries.
like I don't like how they caused that
import?
increase in domestic production. You can increase domestic production other ways, along with the fact that also Donald Trump has led to a decline in real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
I have a genuine question.
Trump's
Do you think
Trump's son-in-law sold our largest refinery to Saudi Arabia.
Okay. And do you really think that overall domestic production would not be a good thing for our economy if we decided that, hey, we want to stop exporting or we want to stop
Why is it
importing?
good? Because
Why is it good?
it's not
Because
produced for
because
American
domestic
consumers.
production
It's
means
produced for other countries.
no. Domestic production means domestic production, like we're domestically producing it for our own country and we're relying on each other.
No, it's not just for our own
each other.
country. You're talking about producing it for other countries because you're talking about exporting our oil to other countries.
So that's even better then. So then you're making money on exports. You're not spending more money than you would on imports. Like instead of buying oil from Iran at an inflated price, you could be making it domestically at
It's
a cheaper price
cheaper.
than exporting it.
It's literally cheaper to buy it from global markets, right? And that's
I don't
why
think that
other
makes any
countries
sense.
do. The reason why it's going up here in the United States is because we're sending our oil that we produce here to countries around the world because the cost went up in other countries around the world. It's not because the cost originally went up here in the U.S. because we don't get most of our oil through the Strait of Hormuz. That affects the
Where do you
global
get it
oil
from?
supply.
Where do you get it from then?
Well, we already were producing
Domestic.
it. We were just using it domestically. We were using our domestic oil produced domestically, and now we're using our domestic oil to sell it to other countries around the world. So actually, ironically, we're doing the opposite of what you wanted.
Yeah, and I think we should change that. That's my point. Don't you agree?
What's that?
Don't you think it should be more domestically produced? Isn't that kind of the ideal?
I think
situation
that
for
if
the
we care about
US, and
domestic
that's how you
production of
increase-
energy, we have to include renewable energy within that. If you don't include renewable energy within that, then I don't take you seriously because you seemingly don't give a shit about science. You don't care about future technological advances in relation to energy production and reducing costs in the long run. You don't consider any of those facts. And I think those facts are incredibly relevant towards the average American, especially in the long run. And if you don't take that into account, obviously I think that's ridiculous. Trump has decreased that, right? Like he decreased the production of renewable energies.
Domestic production.
What's
no,
that?
No. Domestic production of oil. And when you increase what you're producing as a country,
You're lagging. You
increasing your
have
GDP, which is
MAGA
growing the
mobile, my
economy as
guy.
a
I
whole.
can't really hear you. Alrighty, while he's logging, I'm going to thank some people real quick. Justina, thank you so much. The $30 on PayPal. Thank you so much. How can anyone rehabilitate after doing evil deeds to that degree? Of course, if they have always dodged accountability and repercussions. Exactly. True. Literally, like he's never acknowledged accountability or even done so in that first place. So how could they even claim under their own notion that would even make any sense? It's like completely incoherent. Jody, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it was absolutely insane, right? Danielle, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd have to look. They said the Dems exposed in the Senate hearing that Trump RX is far more expensive than other places. I'll have to make sure to check that. Thank you very much. As well as I really appreciate Courtney. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's actually ridiculous, right? Isn't it? Kyle as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Go some W's for Kyle in the comment section. All right. It seems like you did.
Yeah. So I guess one of the things I'm trying to get to is when you increase domestic production, you're going to be therefore increasing GDP, which is growing the economy and improving everything in the economy, which is beneficial for export. When our GDP increases, we're producing everything ourselves. We're not. It's on my line. Okay.
Bro,
Sorry.
Elevate, thank you so much for the TikTok stars. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Elevate in the comment section right now? That's one of the biggest TikTok gifts. Sorry, everyone. I know it like plays out loud and whatnot. It's really confusing for a lot of people because they don't know about these things. Give me some W's for Elevate in the comment section right now for the TikTok stars. That's fucking nuts. Thank you so much, Elevate. It's always good to see you. Absolutely always good to see you. Seriously, W's for Elevate in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Alrighty, Cookie, you can continue, by the way.
Thank you, Elevates, for donating to Parker. I just wanted to say, I think you're just not understanding the fact that when overall GDP increases, it's good for the country. And when you produce everything domestically, it's good for the country. We don't need to rely on the Strait of Hormuz. We literally have no reason to be importing all of our oil from other countries. That makes no sense. And I think it's beneficial, if anything, if we hold off from importing into our country, and we end up just producing it ourselves because we're able to. And I know we have enough supply in the U.S. to do that with oil as well.
Okay. So you say overall GDP increases are good. Did you know GDP is growing at a lower rate right now than what it was at the end of the Biden administration?
So it's a misleading comment because it's still increasing.
What?
Right?
No, it's increasing at a lower rate than what it was prior.
Yeah, but it still is. Like you're acting like it's in the negatives.
Okay. So let me ask you this question: if GDP growth is higher comparative to being lower, which one would you prefer?
Bro, obviously higher.
Okay, so
the point.
If Trump has caused conditions that have led to lower GDP growth, then why are you arguing that he's good because of this increasing GDP? I think it's more harmful to GDP for us to cut off global trade, right, to then cause us to engage in other economic actions rather than what would have happened otherwise, because I think that it's going to cause an increase in the cost of consumer products, and it's going to disenfranchise working people, which I think will disenfranchise our GDP as well. I think inevitably freer trade in relation to this would be better for the GDP in the long run, and I see no evidence otherwise. Plus, if you want to increase GDP, you should also be for more immigration.
Yeah, immigration and importing resources from other countries is totally different, though. That's all I'm talking about. I'm just saying once the U.S. in the long term stops relying on other countries for oil and other goods, I think that'll even out the playing field a bit, and they'll actually end up benefiting us. Do you disagree?
You can't be independent in terms of energy production. You can't be independent in terms of energy production without talking about nuclear or without talking about renewables.
What do you mean? How's that? What are you talking about?
You have to talk about renewables and you have to talk about nuclear if you're going to talk about being independent in terms of energy production from the rest of the world and from foreign oil.
Yeah, I just think that it's beneficial in the long term now. I think we'll see those effects once this war either concludes and we decide to do everything domestically, or if we just adapt and regardless of what happens, we just adapt to making everything domestically. Specifically, oil,
repeat what you just said. I couldn't really hear you.
I don't really think that. I don't think oil prices are going to be rising because of the war in the long term. I think that we have enough supply in the U.S. where it won't be a problem. And
so it is increasing, and that's just a fact. You can deny that all you want, but decreasing the supply, keeping the same level of demand, will increase the price.
But how about we get more supply? Because we're going to be importing instead of exporting.
Yeah, so the supply increase would only happen in response to the price going up is what you're referencing.
Yeah.
Okay? But the price already went up and negatively impacted people in order to cause that in the first place. Plus, in terms of that production, right, there still are issues in terms of implementing that in the first place. And again, if you want to reduce energy costs, the best way to do so would not be to increase energy costs to then maybe cause a slight decrease in the long run, because that still will inevitably increase the cost still in the long run. It's actually rather to decrease the costs by giving other substitutes or alternatives through energy production and renewable energy production here in the United States, especially because the long run for renewable energy is that it's going to be significantly less costly comparative to other forms of electricity. So if we invest in the technology now, we can produce cheaper electricity and then literally benefit our economy and sell that technology to the rest of the world.
Yeah, which is beneficial because we're the ones selling it to the rest of the world. So that's when they're understanding.
Yeah, selling the technology to the rest of the world. That not only will be beneficial to our trade, but will also be beneficial to their markets, which will also have positive externalities on our economy. So obviously, yeah, that would be an actual meaningful way to address this. What's up?
Exactly. And that's a good thing. And that's the whole point of what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
but renewable energy production is the way to do it, not through fossil fuel production. Also, like what you're not considering is that Trump literally has cut renewable energy production through the Inflation Reduction Act. We had the largest investment in renewable energy ever in U.S.'s history, or of any country ever in the history of the world. And Donald Trump has pulled a lot of that back because he doesn't believe climate change is an issue. He doesn't believe that it's something that we should even do in terms of
I don't really think it is
renewable
either.
energy production, which is, by the way, one of the best ways that we could use in order to be independent through the use of electricity.
I really don't think it's that big of an issue, too. It's not the main issue we have in our lives.
It is
It's
a
fine.
huge main issue. Just because you don't consider it doesn't mean that it's not a main
No, I
issue.
don't think so.
And by the way, you should consider what scientists are saying about the matter, not what your idiot Trump supporting friend is saying, or Trump himself, right? They are not sources for scientific fact. Sources for scientific fact in relation to climate scientists or climate science would be climate scientists. You should listen to them. And they unequivocally say this. 99% of climate scientists say that climate change is imposed and caused by humans.
Yeah, I don't know. I get that, but I still disagree that it's a big issue, but that's fine. I have to, unironically, I have to go to a microeconomic theory class, so I'll hop back on later. I'll do some research. I'll talk to my
Wait
professor
till you
about
take
it.
environmental econ.
Yeah, I will.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Again, we are just looking for some debates. He's got to go to Liberty University. Diabolical. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, it's a pal to you.
How's it going, 33? How are you doing today?
Good. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
The election was
He's not
held
the
today.
best
Harris versus
person,
Trump.
but-
Who would you rather vote for?
What's that?
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Well, I would say Trump because I lost 3 loved ones due to the fent crisis under Biden's watch.
Okay.
So
I don't think you can
And
say that
Harris
either.
said-
If you have a different account, you can try to send a guest request back. You got to say F drug. You can't say even the first part of the word. Also, that was massively decreasing in terms of ODs under the Biden administration. And Trump just inherited that. Yo, it's a pal to you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes and no.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Can I call you back? I'm getting a phone call. Can I?
Sure. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, it's a pal to you?
I'm 36.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yes, baby. I
Elevate, thank you so much for the Zeus. Holy shit. Can we get some W's for Elevate in the comment section right now? Dropping the Zeus. Thank you so much, Elevate. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Elevate in the comment section right now? Always dropping the fucking absolutely crazy support. Thank you so much, Elevate. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
41.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I think it was a long list of things that happened in the last 4 years that had a lot of racism towards white male Christians that really kind of divided. I you know, it got old. It got quick. It got old real quick. Then the left trying to say that they're against racism and sexism, but then turning around and everything's identity politics. It was something that didn't form a safe future for this country. I felt like. Then you get to the president. The presidential policies and things, and Kamala Harris couldn't have an unscripted media event or interview at all. She was highly unprepared, and her only qualifications, per Joe Biden himself, was that she was put as vice president because she was a woman of color. She was a DEI hire, and that came from Biden himself. Why would I vote for her if her only qualification was a DEI hire? Now,
Can I respond?
granted. Oh, absolutely, yeah, please.
Yeah, this is all ridiculous. That was not her only qualification. Also, by the way, Biden never said because she's a woman of color. Biden literally just said that he's already picked a woman, right, for vice president. So just describing a characteristic of someone that he's already picked. Didn't even reference that she was a black woman, by the way. That was completely just made up by people. Along with the fact that that doesn't make her a DEI hire. There are countless examples of Trump specifically picking women and saying that he was going to pick women, such as Amy Coney Barrett. I don't think that you would consider them a DEI hire. Plus, under that same notion, you could consider Tim Walz a DEI hire because he was a white man. Secondly, we can also point to the fact that in terms of, you said racism towards white male Christians, I would love to hear what this racism is that you've experienced and how it's been harmful to your life as a white male Christian. Along with the unscripted media events, she went to plenty, including the debates, right? Including Fox News interviews. Can you name one interview that Donald Trump did with an adversary?
With an adversary?
Yes.
Not right off the top of my head, no.
But I just mentioned one with Kamala Harris going on Fox News. So Donald Trump just went on a bunch of like platforms that were like cool with him. He didn't go on platforms that were adversaries to him. So clearly, I think that would be the important thing to consider if you're talking about interviews that would have to be unscripted or something like that, right? Or talking about whether or not they're able to respond in interviews. It's ironic that you couldn't mention a single adversarial interview that he went on.
It's not ironic. He went through a lot. Just because I can't name one doesn't mean that. I mean, I don't sit here and do this for a living, Parker. You pop off things and acronyms and these specifics, expecting people to actually work to know the stuff that you do while you sit on TikTok for 12 hours a day, man. Just because
You don't think I work?
one doesn't. No, I don't.
I'm working right now.
I think anytime somebody makes a good point, you interrupt them is what you've been doing.
Hey, sir, I literally just responded to that because you said I'm not working. I'll make sure to write that down for you. But Elevate, thank you so much for the Zeus. I really appreciate you supporting my unemployment. Thank you so much, Elevate, for the Zeus. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But go ahead. I'll make sure to write down that I'm unemployed.
I didn't say you were unemployed. I said you just don't work. This isn't work. Don't twist my words. I know you guys are good at that, but
Well,
don't
can you
twist
tell
my
me
words.
can you tell me what work is?
You don't know the difference between work and sitting in a chair talking? You don't know
This
the
is
difference.
work. So can you define work for me, please?
Are you getting lost in the sauce here?
No, I want
Are
you to
wanting get
define
back to the
work. Are you
subject?
unable to define work?
I'm able to define work just fine.
So define
You're just
it.
going to twist my words.
I promise you I won't. Define it.
Work is actually putting in work, putting in some effort
That
to
you
do
use
things.
work within the definition. That's
You
called
are
a
sitting
circular
there
definition.
in a chair talking with people and dragging on 30-minute conversations with people who don't know what they're talking about and expecting people to know everything precisely.
Elevate with the Zeus for supporting my unemployment. Thank you so much, Elevate. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much supporting me. Not working, actually. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I don't work so much. It's actually amazing. I don't work like anyone, but I actually still get paid for it. It's crazy. Thank you so much for supporting me. Not working, actually. Now, so you say I sit in a chair and talk to people. That doesn't mean I don't work. That is my job. That is how I work. There are plenty of people that work from home and talk to people, sit in a chair and talk to people. There are plenty of people that go to a particular place where they work with other people around them and they talk to people and sit in a chair. Do you think CEOs that sit in chairs and work specifically all day? Do you think people that are work in IT have jobs and work? Do you think lawyers work, right, that specifically sit in a chair, right, and talk to people?
You keep confusing unemployed with work. I never said you were unemployed. I don't know why that's hard for you to remember, but you should really put some effort into it, about as much as you work.
So I'm employed, but I don't work.
I mean, you grift is what you do.
Elevate, thank you so much for the future journey. Thank you so much for supporting the grift like you've never seen before. So by the way, I'm employed, but I don't work.
Basically,
So explain that one.
panhandle for the deluded tribalist is what you do.
I
That's not
panhandle.
work.
I
That's what I
panhandle.
said. You
So by the way,
panhandle for
this
the
still
tribalists.
is work. You're just unwilling to acknowledge it.
No,
You're just jealous.
panhandling.
You're just jealous,
holding
buddy.
out your cup and shaking it and hoping that people will like.
Hey, dude,
dunk on
the
people that
Venmo
don't
and
know
my
what they're
PayPal is
talking
in my
about,
bio. The Venmo and PayPal is in my bio. I'm not telling people they have to support me.
So
Right?
there
It's
you go,
if they want to
interrupting
support
again
me.
because you don't want to hear what I have to say. You actually have
All
a
you said is
debate
that I
in
don't
good
have work
faith.
and that I'm grifting.
See, there
Like,
you go, interrupting it again. Again, that's all you. That's
okay,
all you
I'll
good
stop
for.
interrupting you, man. I'll stop interrupting you.
I
I'll be
seriously
totally
doubt it.
quiet. I got you, brother.
And see your mockery too. Like, do you ever have a debate in good faith? You know why Charlie Kirk was so great? Because he didn't purposely go out and mock people. He actually had a talk in good faith with people and wanted to connect with people. You
That's
want
why
to
he called me
mock them,
deranged.
condescend.
That's why
I'm
he
sorry,
called me
what?
deranged.
I'm sorry, but who started the insults first? Do you need to rewind your live
He did,
back
actually.
to see? No, you did. You
He
started
actually did.
insulting me
If you watch it, he actually did.
No.
Watch the Jubilee video. He did first.
There's a clear difference between Charlie Kirk, where on YouTube you can go all through all his videos and see where he's polite and kind to everybody.
I'm playing kind to people as well.
I thought you weren't going to interrupt me anymore. What happened?
Because you're lying about me. I'll stop. You know
Goldfish
what?
memory?
I'll write down every single time you lie about me. I'll write it down. I got you. I apologize. My
Goldfish
bad.
memory right there. You know.
By the way, nice insult. By the way.
What insult?
Goldfish memory? That's not an insult.
That wasn't an insult. I stated a fact. You literally have a.
That's an insult. That's supposed to be an insult.
You said 3 times you wouldn't interrupt me, and here you are interrupting me again. That's a goldfish memory. I'm sorry. That's a fact that offends you.
Okay, then make your point, man. Stop complaining. Stop being a snowflake. Eric, thank you for the galaxy. Sumani, thank you so much for the $5. Canadian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much, Canadian Rob. Ailey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Kayla, thank you for the $1. Elevate with the Zeus again, supporting the unemployment. Thank you so much. Guile, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much.
You're such a moron.
Alrighty, go ahead.
Dude.
Go ahead.
Oh my god.
Go ahead, make your point.
Nobody's crying. I don't know why you're saying that I'm crying or having a fit or complaining or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm pointing out facts that you just don't like, that you can't argue, so you just insult or interrupt. That's the only thing you've got, too. That's the sad part. Kamala Harris's only qualifications was she was a person of color, and Joe Biden himself said it. I'm sorry that you don't know any better, but Joe Biden himself said that when he picks his running mate, it will be a person of color and preferably someone of the opposite gender. He said that himself. I'm sorry you don't know any better, but he said it in 2020. You can Google that. It'll help you. It'll help you. Go ahead and Google it.
I have before in the past, and it was specifically he said that he picked a woman. Right now, in terms of him saying a black woman, he specifically said that about the Supreme Court position, not about the vice presidency. You're missing up those situations. Plus, that's not her only qualifications. I'm sorry, you just didn't look into her qualifications. She was an attorney general, a district attorney, a senator, right, vice president of the United States of America, a prosecutor. Okay, she had many positions where that actually indicated her being qualified. Donald Trump's, what was his qualifications? 6 bankruptcies, getting a $400 million inheritance from his dad. What were his qualifications? Genuinely.
Joe Biden, March 2020, said he was going to pick a vice president running mate. And then in 2019, he stated his preference for a running mate was going to be a woman of color and or a different gender.
Wait, what day was that? And what's the source on that?
I mean, AI overview with Google. See, it's so simple. Just
so
Google
AI Google interview. Nice source.
I'm sorry. So when it's
can you give me an app? Can you click on the source at least?
I'm still talking. You're not going to interrupt me. When you find a fact that affirms you,
I was clarifying the source.
Fine. Google is fine when it affirms you, but Google is mocking when it doesn't affirm you. I get it. That's cool.
I don't use Google AI Overview as a source. When have I cited Google AI Overview?
Do you know how AI works?
When have I cited Google AI Overview? Yes, I do.
It's a yes or no. Do you know how AI works?
Yes.
Then why would you mock it?
Well, because
if you knew how AI works, you would know that it takes a spider web, it crawls the web, it finds different sources, different answers, pulls the answers together and gives you your answers, and then gives you a selection of what to click on to read further on about what it gives you. That's how AI works. So yes, when I say Google AI overview, that's pretty reasonable to assert that it's valid. I'm sorry that you're still back in the 2010s where you got to write a piece of paper down.
Oh, I didn't know that you didn't take a 6th grade class about how to source things and click on sources when you get a link for that. I'm sorry that you didn't do basic research and know that you can actually click on the sources that the AI says. So not only do you just look at what it says, you have to click on the sources to correspond that information is actually accurate. Because if you go to a librarian, they'll tell you it's not always accurate. And it can give you information that is not accurate, or it can misrepresent information. That's why you need to click on the actual sources that it provides in order to be able to verify the information yourself. You didn't know this because you didn't pay attention in 6th grade.
Sure, but then we go back to the whole point where you just demonstrated you have no idea how AI works. Because that's not how AI works. It actually doesn't just go through it's not going to go to like your website and pull some information from because it knows you're full of it. So it's not going to pull crap off of your website. So when you talk about it, when I said AI overview, I thought it was pretty obvious, but I'll spell it out for you because you're kind of slow. But when it pulls the AI overview, it means that I didn't click on the link to deep dive literally in the middle of talking to you.
So I'm going to give you a source that actually says otherwise. You can find this from factually.co. It says, did Joe Biden say that he was going to choose Kamala because she was a black female? And the executive summary literally says, Joe Biden never publicly said that he chose Kamala because she was a black female. The record shows Biden pledged to pick a woman in 2020 for vice president and later emphasized that the government should reflect the country. That's it. Also, AI overview says that if you ask it, what's Parker Goodjob's real name? It says I'm either Dean Withers or Samuel Parker Short. So I don't think AI overview is going to be the most reliable source.
Biden made the pledge. This is real simple. I just typed, where did Biden say he would choose a VP of DEI? Just shorthanded it.
I just gave you a title to dispute what you just said.
Pledge to pick a. So there you go, interrupting again. You're afraid I was going to make a point?
No, go ahead and make your point.
I'm
really
sorry. Grifting, doesn't it?
Hey, dude, sir.
Does it hurt the panhandling?
Hey, sir. There's a little bit of delay on your mic. I'm sorry. You stopped talking for a second. I'm sorry that me making money hurts your feelings, and you're very jealous that I'm making money. But you can sit there and you can cope.
You panhandle. I'm not hurt by somebody that panhandles and delusional and
money. A girl, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. A girl, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seems like he actually did that. Actually, literally though, it's actually insane. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Exactly. Doesn't know how many R's there are in strawberry. Exactly. Thank you so much. Gummy, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you thank my donors and then you may go?
I'm not going to thank anything for you.
Why not?
Are you still afraid of me making that point to prove you wrong still, panhandler?
No, make your point.
Professional bum. You're a professional bum. You're I see what you
make your point. Make your point. You're crashing out, buddy.
All right.
Can we get some baby bottles in the chat for this man-child?
This is coming from the guy who keeps interrupting me every chance he gets and then keeps trying to fucking rage bait me by thanking his donors every 2 seconds to interrupt me to do that. Literally, you're 12 years old, bro. You're 12 years old bum panhandling. Shut up for a minute.
Heidi, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
See what I mean?
Thank you so much, Heidi. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Just know that we're always here. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Haley, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much.
There are only 2 genders, just so you know, by the way.
Do you want to make your point? I'm waiting.
Yeah, there's only 2 genders, man and woman. Just so you know. That was another reason why I voted for Trump, because I got tired of that insanity bullcrap of look at me pretending to be something and hoping that everybody, and then trying to cyberbully and harass and haze everybody to make them say what I want them to say about my preferred gender of my literal gender dysphoria. You guys say that you're the most you guys call MAGA a cult, but you act like a cult. Whenever Trump won, how many of you did the 4B movement and cut off your cousin because they voted for somebody else? And oh my God, and it was our reproductive rights are on the line, and your reproductive rights haven't been touched not once, but let's gloss over that fact.
Reproductive rights have been touched. Roe versus Wade was overturned. I'm sorry that you didn't know that and you didn't pay attention at all. I do think it's important that you didn't even make your point. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. It seems like you don't want me to make a point that's obviously going to be debunk you.
You don't like when that happens? You didn't
you're just triggered about the one thing that you were complaining about.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you actually want to uphold the same standard that you're applying onto me?
Go ahead, bum. I'm listening.
You're so mad, bro. It's so funny. You're so jealous that I'm making money, and you're sitting there and literally just watching it. Wow, this Kenny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Why would I be laughing?
$100, Kenny. Thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Kenny in the comment section right now for the $100? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got you, Kenny. Don't worry. Hey, Josh, be quiet real quick, buddy. Let me make my point, Kenny. Hey, quiet, buddy. Quiet, Piggy, actually. Yeah. Quiet, Piggy. Hey, Piggy, quiet. Hey, Piggy, quiet, Piggy. Quiet, Piggy. Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna make my
Let me
point.
crash out because I can't.
Josh, let me make my point. I'm serious. Genuinely, at this point, like,
So you interrupted my point, and now you so you can do that, and then you want
let me know when you've got it all out, and then I'll just speak when you're done.
Well, you keep interrupting. I haven't been able to make a single point yet because that's all you know how to do. You know how to, when somebody's making a good point, and you did that with Charlie Kirk too. You interrupted every single time somebody's.
Barbara, thank you for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Barbara. Can we get some W's for Barbara in the comment section right now? She said quiet, Biggie. Actually, that's what she said. She said the quiet, Biggie. Actually, that's what she said. I'll now let you make your point though. I was just doing that because she told me to do that. Alrighty, go ahead.
You have the maturity level of a 12-year-old.
Cool. I don't care. Now make your point.
I'm sure you don't care. I guarantee you don't.
I honestly don't. Can you make your point?
I know. Professional bums typically don't. You have to have no.
I'm waiting for you to make your point. I like all the meta.
I've made all my points.
No, you haven't. You said you hadn't. You said I didn't give you the time to make all your points. Now you're saying that you've made all your points?
Yeah. I'm sorry you weren't able to hear
Okay, let me respond then. So in terms of the qualifications.
Thanks for the $1,000 buff.
He's crashing out, dude.
Yeah,
He's so
It's
mad.
not crashing out when you do it, but it's crashing out when I do it. That's weird, man. That's
Well, I mean,
really
I actually
weird.
got donations.
It's almost like you guys are all hypocrites.
Watch that. Boom. Okay, so
look, you muted me, and I can. Oh, watch that. Boom. I unmuted.
You know what? How about this?
Let me guess. You're going to disconnect me because I'm giving you the same.
No, Josh.
You're giving me.
Josh, I'm sorry I hurt you, man. I'm sorry I hurt you with my interruptions. I'm so sorry.
I've enjoyed this a lot, actually.
I'm so sorry, Josh. I apologize that I've interrupted you. Would you like to have a productive conversation now?
You don't have conversations in good faith. I actually told myself, come up here and have a conversation in good faith. And I literally, but you don't do that. You interrupt whenever somebody makes a good point. You do that rage bait thing so that you can get this little click or whatever. And everybody knows what you're up to. Everybody that's not disillusioned by the blue bullcrap, the demonic rat party.
Okay, so now I'm going to respond, and I think that it's important to acknowledge that she absolutely did have the qualifications to run for president of the United States and actually had more qualifications than the party that you voted for. Donald Trump doesn't really have qualifications, so I'd love to hear the specific qualifications that you think Donald Trump has for president of the United States.
What's interesting is all the Democrats were supporting Donald Trump back in the early to mid 90s about running for president because they felt he was qualified. Notable people such as Oprah Winfrey literally asked him on air if he was going to. And they supported him up until he said that he was going to run on the red side. And then the Trump derangement syndrome took over and all this came crashing out. And you keep mentioning the fact that he was convicted of his 34 felonies. But what you're not mentioning is the fact that you and I both know is that they literally created a law and then went back to charge him for it because at the time it wasn't illegal when he did it. And those are the felonies that you're citing. And also those SA charges that you guys keep throwing a fit about too, those were all in civil court. Those were never in criminal court because in criminal court, you actually have to bring solid evidence. And in civil court, the threshold for evidence for SA is far lower, and that's why they were suing him in civil court because they couldn't do anything in federal court, criminal court.
So I'm gonna ask a question one more time, and then I'll respond to all the points that you just made up to pivot away from that point. What qualifications did Donald Trump have to run for president of the United States?
I just mentioned them. Like he was already qualified long year. Did you not hear that part?
Oh, you claim that like some Democrats in the 1990s claimed that he was qualified. That's not me thinking he's qualified. I'm also wasn't even alive in the 1990s, so don't see how that's relevant to me. Madeline, think the future encounter. So would you like to tell me what qualifications that he has for running for president of the United States?
Well, every time he's spoken, he's actually had policies he can actually lay out and things that he wants to actually do. Whereas what Kamala couldn't have an unscripted interview with anybody, and then we come to find out that what was that, CNN? Was it CNN that they butchered the crap out of it and edited the crap out of it and actually ended up getting sued because of that? But you're going to tell me that Kamala Harris was way more, I mean, you can look it up. I see you looking it up.
No,
you're going to tell me
down
Kamala Harris was far more qualified, but she wasn't. She never, she had to have a handler, and she had $2 billion, wasn't it? Or was it $1 billion? Anyway, she far outspent Trump far, far, far outspent Trump, and she couldn't make any policies of her own. Not to mention that she was a pathological liar. She kept talking about how how many lies did she get caught up in? Yeah, and I'm not going to sit here and say that Trump doesn't lie too. Trump definitely does. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like he doesn't. But she had no unique ideas of her own for policies. None. And she said that if she was to go and do it all over again, she'd think Joe Biden did a good job. She said yes. Would you do everything exactly how Joe Biden did? She said no. And then they just stared at each other. If that doesn't tell you something, come on.
So I'm still waiting. What were the qualifications? You try to say that he has policies. I could ask you what policies, but by the way, that's not a qualification for running. That's just an ideological position that you agree with him in terms of policy, not a qualification. So what qualifications? And then we'll talk about all the things you brought up, because I want to address every single point you brought up, but none of these are addressing the question I'm asking you. What qualifications does Donald Trump have to be president of the United States?
Oh, okay. So you want to know what qualifications he has that were more than Kamala, or just what qualifications?
What qualifications he has for being president of the United States in general?
I just named a bunch of them, and I'm not going to let you discredit those. I don't care if you don't like them or don't like them. Do like them or don't like them, but that's my answer.
Sir, are you sure that you answered that question?
So many committees. He's been on so many committees his whole life. He's 70 years old.
What committees?
Yes, and he's failed in other businesses, but he's also had many, many successful businesses too. You don't go for your entire life being a billionaire with no know-how of how the world works. Not to mention that he's been shaking hands with statesmen and leaders of nations his whole life. He had the relationships with those world leaders.
Actually, Kamala Harris would have more relations with these leaders because she's been working in government. Donald Trump would be working with business people, maybe, but not with the people directly in government. Also, shaking hands with people doesn't actually establish a qualification. Along with the successful business person, again, 6 bankruptcies, he inherited $400 million from his dad. I don't think that's the basis for saying that he's qualified. I think the things that I brought up for Kamala Harris are significantly more in terms of qualifications. Again, she was a prosecutor, district attorney, attorney general, vice president, senator. Right, she's very accredited in terms of her history. And then I want to address all the other things that you brought up as well. So the 34 felonies were not a created law, right? That already existed. He just committed a different crime than what people typically commit when they violate the particular law that people were thinking that he was violating. It was a felony because he committed a predicate crime, meaning he was committing the falsification of business records, right, in furtherance of another crime, right, which is what stepped it up to a felony rather than being a misdemeanor. So that's the reason because of that. The civil court is in the civil court for SA not because of the lack of evidence, but because of the statute of limitations, which prevents them from holding a people accountable in a criminal case after a certain amount of years, which shouldn't exist in the very first place. And it did meet the standard of evidence for a civil court, which is enough for us to say that we probably wouldn't want to support someone, or we think it should be illegal for someone to run for president of the United States. And then she also had plenty of policies, including the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare, along with a public option expanding access to universal health care. So those are all policies that she supported, actual legitimate policies. Whereas I would like to ask you, could you name any of the policies that Trump supported? Healthcare, childcare, or housing affordability?
I can tell you some things that he championed. Yeah, he wanted to cut the waste. That was one of the policies. He also wanted to have no tax on tips, which he accomplished too. There's another policy. He wanted to start reforming the welfare system. That's another policy he went after. He wanted to stop wastefully spending on our trade deficit worldwide. He did that. He wanted to stop the weaponization of the Department of Justice, which did happen under Biden. And I don't care if you like it or don't like it, or if you agree with it or don't agree with it. Never in the history of the United States has any Department of Justice ever actively gone after a former president because they knew he was a political opponent. Never, ever, ever has it ever happened, and it was a slap in the face to every Republican.
So, I mean, I think that these are all ridiculous. First thing you said, no tax on tips. That is in the big beautiful bill that was supported by both Democrats and Republicans. Not the big beautiful bill, but the no tax
No,
on
it wasn't.
tips.
It shut down the government.
Can
They
you
weren't
please
supporting
be
it.
quiet and let me finish?
Yeah, sure. They supported it, right? While they shut down the government for. Go ahead.
So they support the no tax on tips portion. They do not support the big beautiful bill. They didn't shut down the government because of no tax on tips. That's just a ridiculous thing. And the no tax on tips thing isn't completely no tax on tips. It's a deduction for taxable income in relation to tips. And then, like, when you say reform the welfare system, that doesn't specify how he's reforming the welfare system. So that's not really a relevant thing to bring up. And then you say stopping wasteful spending in relation to the trade deficit. Trade deficit isn't wasteful spending. Trade deficit is simply just the difference between imports and exports, right? And if countries, or if our country is buying things from other countries, but those countries aren't specifically buying as much from us, that's totally reasonable given that we're the largest consumer base in the world and that other countries are smaller than the United States in plenty of instances. Therefore, it would make more sense that we'd be buying more from them than they'd be buying from us. That's not evidence of a bad economic relation, but actually rather just evidence of the fact that they're like a smaller country, for example. We can also point to the fact that there was no weaponization of the DOJ under Biden's administration. If there was weaponization of the DOJ under Biden's administration, then you would have expected that they would have released all of the Epstein files prior to the point in which obviously it was, which again needed to be released because of a legislative order. But if they were weaponizing the DOJ, they would have been able to superpass those things past 2024 after the grand jury got rid of the seal on that case. They would have been able to push for that prior to that point in order to be able to get that done. But that just actually demonstrates the fact that they didn't, that there was a separation between the DOJ and between the Biden-Harris administration's actions, meaning that they were not weaponizing the DOJ.
They did weaponize the DOJ. Can you name a single president that's ever had their personal residence raided by the FBI afterwards? One. And I don't want to hear reason, just can you name one single president, former president, that has had their personal residence raided by the FBI after their term?
I'm not quite familiar with whether or not that'd be applicable to some. I do know it's been applicable to Biden because Biden actually worked with law enforcement. Trump didn't work with law enforcement and didn't.
Former president that was raided by the FBI after his term.
Well, you say after his term. Could it be during his term? Because that happened with Biden.
No, I'm saying after his term. And Biden was under review because of his son couldn't keep his nose off the coke. So I don't know if I can say that.
You can't say that.
Coca-Cola.
So, do you have you already said it. If you have another account, you can send a guest request back. If not, I do have to go on to the next person. It is TikTok TOS. Also, like you quite literally like weren't engaging with any of the points. You know that obviously Joe Biden, this is applicable to him, and he actually worked with law enforcement. He complied with the law. Trump was unwilling to comply with the law, and that's why he was raided, because he wasn't willing to work with the law. That's the reason. So if you have another account, you can send a guest request. If not, you can come back on a different day because what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. So Parker,
what's your birth year?
Yeah, 2006. Holy,
and what month?
Trying to work for me. January the 9th. This is already bad for you. Holy shit. Anyway, so
it's already bad. I'm just asking you questions to start the live. Let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. We already know that this is going to be an insufferable guest. Like, what a weirdo. I'm literally asking you questions to ensure that you can be on the live, and he's like, it's already looking bad for you. What are you saying, bro? All I'm doing is asking you whether or not you meet the criteria to be on the stream. Like, come on, bro. You got to be trolling. All right, Bethany, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Bethany in the comment section right now? They said, thank you so much. They said that this guess is proof that the opposable thumbs aren't the sign of an evolved man. Well, thank you so much, Bethany. I appreciate the $50 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Bethany in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Bethany. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Josiah, thank you so much for the appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the American education system has absolutely failed. He literally wouldn't even look up for credible sources. It was crazy. As well as MK, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hopefully you can look into more of that. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I just saw this after. Well, thank you very much. teaching him why I, amongst other women, didn't open about essay for my babysitter about 25 years ago. Yeah, literally, men like him need to understand that it takes decades for many people, specifically who are assaulted, to come out, and that they shouldn't demean their stories just because they didn't come out right away. It's fucking absurd. Benjamin as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for achievement unlocked, successfully replaced facts with feelings, and called it a win. Seriously. Seriously, though. Angel, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Trisha, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He is an exact perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect. Exactly. And then Dylan, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for supporting the grift. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as... Brand, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Brand. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was absolutely insane, right? Dilo, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. You had concepts of a plan, right? Brand, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good some W's for them in the comment section. Trevor with the $2. Thank you very much. Overfoot's sake, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Dead Flower, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, he needs to get out of his echo chamber. That was absurd. Darcel, thank you for the $5. Afro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Pog, thank you so much for the $5. And Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Alrighty. Dialectical Demon, can you thank all the donors for sending me money real quick?
Yeah, thank you for sending money to someone who can't even justify their worldview. This is like bad for you. Anyways, so Parker, what's gonna be like the bridge principle from like the first order psychological states to like a genuine normative principle? What's gonna be the response, slow boy? And implicitly, this like bridge principle is gonna contain some like derivative operator. Go ahead, slow boy.
How cringe do you think you sound to the average
This is
person?
like really bad for you. Holy shit.
How cringe do you think you sound to the average person? Can you actually like engage? Right? Like, give me a reason why you support Trump. That's the
Holy
reason of this
fucking
live
shit,
stream.
your
Tell me
face
why
down
you
ass
support
off
Trump.
my dick right now. This is like bad for you. Anyways, what's gonna be the
You have about 10 seconds to respond to that. If not, I'll just go on to the next person. Why do you support Trump?
Your subjectivist worldview? Go ahead, slow boy.
Why do you support Trump?
Holy fucking shit, you're running away from the question. This is like
You have
really
about
bad for
5 to
slow
10
boy.
seconds to respond. If
Holy
not, I'm just
fucking
going
shit
to
again. Dodge on the
categorize you as
floor.
a troll
You
and
can't
move
even answer
on.
the question, slow boy.
You have
You can't
about
even
10
answer the
seconds to
question, slow boy.
respond.
I had 5 seconds, 10 seconds ago, slow boy. Holy fucking shit. This is bad for you. Anyways.
Let's go on the next person. That's a waste of time. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next individual. That was like the most corny troll I've ever had on my stream. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2008.
Okay. And what month?
January.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
He's the greatest president of all time.
And why do you think that?
Everything he does.
Be specific.
Be specific. Everything he does. What do you mean?
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Your cut fucked up, nigga. Not gonna lie. Like, your cut is...
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I would support USA leaving NATO. That's why I support him. I support the idea.
Why?
Because first of all, we contribute about 70% of the money for it. And I think that we're being ripped off. I think if we don't leave it, at least we need to have some type of thing where other countries contribute, maybe not as much as we do, but a little bit more because, it's just the idea. It's simple, economics. If I'm investing 70% into something, and some people are getting like putting in like 1 or 2%, and they're getting the same thing I am. But aren't I getting scammed? Like Albania is putting in like 2%, but they have the same protections that we have. They get attacked. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's a scam for the U.S. Would you agree?
What's your source?
Well,
You
I
said
looked it
that
up.
the U.S. takes control of 70% of funding. What's your source?
Well, they contribute about 7% to the defense or the budget. Yeah.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, I saw a diagram. I don't, I'm on
Mhm.
my phone. I can get you the exact source. Can I swipe out of the app and get it or something?
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah. I mean, if you'd like to, I can give you a source from Reuters that shows they actually do around 16% of the NATO budget. If you're saying indirectly because we have a large defense budget, that has nothing. That's not directly related to NATO. That's because of the U.S. increasing the defense budget. So our
Maybe
contributions to NATO only make up around 16% of NATO's annual budget.
maybe it's based off GDP. I was looking at. Maybe that could have been that. Maybe.
No, yeah, you're basing it on the level of defense budget, but that's not totally dependent upon NATO. That's not NATO forcing us to spend that much. That's the U.S. creating that defense budget and then getting mad that they have that defense budget. That's like incoherent.
Okay. Well, can I look at my source real quick? Like 5 seconds.
Go ahead, because I just gave you one from Reuters telling you that source that you're mentioning is making an incorrect assessment. It's literally a fact check from Reuters on that exact claim, but go for it. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
Okay, I was looking at. It says 70% of total alliance funding is what I saw.
Nope, you're comparing defense spending from the U.S. comparative to countries in NATO. And yes, we do have a significantly higher defense spending than the rest of NATO. That is not the fault of NATO, though. If we're talking about NATO's budget, we do 16% of NATO's budget,
Okay.
which is around $3.5 billion yearly.
Okay.
So we do around around 16 or 15.8% of 3.5 billion.
Okay. And why do you believe that we like? What benefits us by being in NATO? Like, what directly benefits us?
Our allyships, peace in the region, right? Intelligence.
Okay, but they aren't helping us with Iran. And look, I'm not saying that I support. The
I don't
Iran
think
war.
we should be going to war with Iran. And I also see why they're not, because they don't want to involve themselves in war crimes with the Trump administration for no reason.
Well, I would say that UK, I guess, tried to help, and then Trump said, "Don't help us." I don't know what that was all about. But I mean, it's just really not our interest to be there because, like I said, these countries, even though it's like 16%, they're not putting in like their fair share compared to us.
What is a fair share?
Well, it's
like
I said,
when I ever ask people like this, it's always some super vague, unclear amount.
Well, some countries in there are putting in like 1%, 2%, and like I said,
Not true. It's all over 2% now.
Okay, even 2%.
Practically
okay.
every single one is over 2%. What?
Okay, so 2% versus 16% is a big margin. Yes? No?
No, 2% of GDP. Dude, you don't even know what numbers you're referencing, dude.
Yeah, I know. I know what you mean because we had the largest economy. We could. Okay, I know that, but I'm saying that like, even so,
that's in terms of their defense budget, by the way, not even to NATO.
Right, but I'm saying like, why does it benefit us if Albania gets attacked? We have to go defend them. Why does that help America?
Because of the fact that it ensures stability within Albania, so that they don't get invaded.
But why do we care about Albania?
Because it's good economically in terms of having relations with their country, and intelligence-wise, and having allies around the world. It's better to have allies than adversaries.
Yeah,
would you want our adversaries to have a stranglehold over our European allies?
I guess not. But let me ask you this.
So then you do agree with NATO. Otherwise, you're totally okay with Russia taking over a huge portion of Europe.
Well, that's what I was going to get to. Right now, Russia is attacking Ukraine. What allies are defending Ukraine besides America? Well, who's helping them?
Basically, all of NATO.
Really?
Yes.
You couldn't
practically all of Europe is helping fund Ukraine.
That's not
And
true.
you want to know who brokered that?
Trump.
Biden.
Yeah.
Sleepy Joe.
Yeah. But I mean, like, I think it's actually a good thing that we are allies with Russia. I think Russia likes us a lot.
We're not allies with Russia. We're adversaries with Russia.
Well, not okay, but I'm saying that Putin and Trump have a good relationship. I think it's a good thing.
No, they don't.
I think they have a good relationship. I think
No,
they have a relationship.
Trump claims that they don't.
Well, he's just saying that. See, here's what happened. So Putin endorsed Harris in 24. He did it on purpose. You know why he did that?
Why?
Because he knew that it would, people would take that bait first of all. But he would have wanted Harris to be president because she wouldn't have been as strict on him, or she wouldn't have been tough on him, really.
Okay, she wouldn't have been strict on Russia, you mean?
Yeah,
Aren't
like,
they
she
the
wouldn't
ones
have
who were more strict on Russia than what Trump was?
I meant like, that's not what I meant.
Yeah, because Trump originally wasn't strict on them because he was like, "Oh, we can get a deal done. I can end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours." He failed and then realized he was wrong and flipped. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't even know he said that.
Yep, that's what happened.
Okay, but even so, it's like the Russia-Ukraine war isn't really our problem. It'd be nice to have peace, but it's not our
Well,
problem.
Trump claims it is.
It's not.
Trump
He's wrong
claims
with
it
that.
is.
I mean, I don't agree with him trying to be the world police or everything, but we have our own conflict right now, and like I said, that there are no countries helping us from NATO. And like I said, so it would make no sense for us to be.
That's just evidence that Trump has destabilized our relationships with NATO, not evidence that NATO isn't going to be there to help us.
Okay, but that's the thing you're missing out on. All those countries in NATO, if all those countries simultaneously attacked America at one time, America would still demolish all of them. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, their military support doesn't really help us.
That doesn't make any sense. Just because we would beat them in a war doesn't mean that. And also, no, because you understand that they have nukes, right?
So do we.
Yeah, exactly. So that would just be devastation. So the reason why we're all together is because of the fact that we're trying to ensure peace, and we're stronger together than we are divided. We could say the same thing about California comparative to the rest of the United States. Is that justification for California to secede the Union because we'd be stronger? We'd have more money if we didn't have to give it to the rest of the federal government? Because we pay more into the federal system than we get from it.
No, I agree. California helps out the red states a lot. I agree with you on that. I used to live in California, so I know that. California, we had like top 5 largest economies, right?
Yeah, I could say you guys don't give enough. Where should we secede? That's fucking ridiculous, right?
I mean, I guess. I mean, we had legislation that we want like Texas to secede from the United States.
Yeah. The idea is that we're stronger together than we are alone.
I mean, I guess.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Yeah. Well, I mean, China wants to attack Taiwan. Taiwan's not a NATO country, so that's. I mean, I guess that's what you're saying is that if they been with NATO, then they wouldn't attack them. I see what you mean.
Yes, like literally.
Yeah. So instead of standing,
Because Article 5 would be invoked.
Yeah. Instead of stranding countries by their own, I see what you mean. Yeah. You know what? You proved me wrong, man. Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
All right. So do you still support Trump?
I do support Trump. Yeah, not just for that reason, but.
Like, why? Why do you still support Trump?
The border crossings are down. I think that's a good thing.
Okay. Like, what specific border policy?
It wasn't a policy he enacted. It was more like a scare tactic. I feel like they're more scared to come here. If that makes sense.
Okay, but that doesn't make the process better at all. Like, I think that we should be focused on making the legal process better, not just scaring people from coming.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm a big fan of that. I'm a big fan of universal healthcare. 2 things that will never happen. I mean,
universal healthcare can happen. It's happened in countries all around the world, and we can get those policies passed if you actually stop supporting people who had literally just concepts of a plan for addressing healthcare.
No, you're missing the point. Those countries that have that have significantly less population than we do.
But so then we can apply it on a statewide basis. Give the federal funds to state and local areas.
We don't have enough money for that.
Yeah, we do.
Not with the
Medicare for All system would save $450 billion a year, $4.5 trillion over the next 10 years, according to a Lancet study.
I mean, okay, if you're going to sit there and tell me that you think that you can have universal health care for free for everybody in America, that's an absurd statement.
No, it's not.
Okay, can you explain to me how you would do that?
Yeah, it would be cheaper than our current system right now. How do we afford our current system?
Tax dollars.
Well, our current system right now, it's through tax dollars and private. We spend more tax dollars in private right now than we would under a universal healthcare system, because we spend nearly twice as much per individual as other countries do around the world, and we have worse overall health outcomes on average.
You said it would cost how much a year to have universal health care? How much would that be?
It would actually save us, to have universal health care, would save us $450 billion a year.
Okay, so...
Because of preventative health care costs.
Okay, well, see, Trump wants to raise the military budget to 1.5 trillion, correct?
Yeah, that's insane.
Okay, and what is it right now?
1 trillion.
1 trillion. Okay, so even if we cut that by $400 million, it should be where you want to be at then, essentially.
We could cut the military budget by $1 trillion a year at that point.
That'd be everything, though. That'd be a whole budget.
No, if it's 1.5 trillion, we can cut $1 trillion off of it.
Oh, I'm saying if he doesn't enact the 1.5, but
Oh,
if it's
then
1.5,
yeah, you could cut like 400 or 500 billion off of that. Yeah, you could still have the largest military budget in the world by more than 2 times the next nation, and you could still bring that money be here at home for infrastructure, childcare, housing affordability, healthcare access, etc.
okay, yeah. I mean, you kind of have like Bernie Sanders type of vibe. You know, I used to be a Bernie bro back when he was, running. I support a lot of his ideas. Unfortunately, we'll never have a third party candidate in this country. Unfortunately,
This isn't third party.
No, but you
Democrats
got third
support
party-
this.
No, but you have like socialism. Like you're a socialist, right?
I'm not a
Is that right?
socialist.
But you have some viewpoints of socialism, like Bernie Sanders.
Nope, that's not. So this is like liberalism still. This is still liberalism advocating for universal access to healthcare.
Yeah, I mean, like a liberal socialist, essentially.
Nope.
Do you
Not
know
so.
what socialism
Socialist.
means?
Socialist is anti-capitalist.
Like anti-government. Yeah,
Socialist. No. Socialist is anti-capitalist.
I'm thinking communism. Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Okay. I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm a capitalist that believes in regulations, social safety nets. Right. I think
Mhm.
that we can fix the negative elements of capitalism with regulation from the government.
Okay. I mean, another reason why I would support Trump is no tax on tips. And he actually, I think the Trump tax cuts he had in 2017 was good. I think what he did now in the Big Beautiful Bill is good as well. Even though I don't agree with everything in the Big Beautiful Bill, I agree with the tax deductions and the no tax on tips.
Okay, you agree with the tax deductions, no tax on tips. You would get more of those for working class people if you supported Harris. So Donald Trump increased your taxes by imposing tariffs. You know that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation if Trump never imposed tariffs, according to a Federal Reserve report.
Yeah, but
So
you
we
missed
would
the
have
point.
been
Why?
able to bring down interest rates. It would be cheaper for people to buy homes if Donald Trump was never president and we never imposed those tariffs in the first place.
Well, the interest rates are actually, if you talk about homes, the home prices actually went down under Trump a little bit. So did
Nope.
rent. Yeah, there are in some states rent has been lower than it was in the Biden administration.
And even so, that'd be evidence of the economy being worse off, but that's not true. If you look up housing prices have gone up.
Well, maybe in the past month or so, but if you do like pre-war, they were heading towards the downward direction.
Nope. Can you give me any source of that?
Well, I mean, maybe not in America as a whole, but in some states they were going down.
Yeah, no, it's been higher since. It's gone down since July, but it's still up from when Trump got in office.
Yeah, it's gone down from July. You're probably talking about like 0.02% probably we're talking about, but it's going down.
Nope, it's still higher than what it was by
I mean,
over
my
a
rent,
percent.
my rent went down.
You could say your rent went down, but that's okay. That's not evidence that it went down across the board.
I mean, I live in a blue state, especially, and it went down. So,
Okay, so I don't know what your point is. I'm just telling you that across the nation, the National Home Price Index has gone up.
and the gas prices were down before the war too.
Gas prices have gone up since Trump started the war. That's an important point.
That's what I said before the war. They were going
Yeah, but
down.
like, why is that relevant to you if Trump started the war and led to the gas prices going up?
Well, we didn't start the war. Ron started the war.
Nope, Trump started the war.
How did Trump start the war?
Because he literally started the strikes with Israel. Like, they literally struck first. They acknowledged it themselves. What do you mean Iran started this war? When did Iran attack us?
Because they were an imminent threat.
What was the imminent threat?
That they were on the doorstep of having the end weapon.
Of a nuclear weapon? No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
According to the U.S. intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who was the director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress and did a written statement to Congress, saying on behalf of the intelligence community that they haven't been building up their enriched uranium since the strike about a year ago. Share responsibly on live. Confirm with sources before sharing and engaging with content. What the fuck, dude? Do you want to respond to my point?
Yeah, I think that was wrong. I think it was a wrong statement because I don't listen to what Tulsi Gabbard says. I listen to what Trump says because he's the leader of everything, and he's the one who said that they were close to getting one. So did Netanyahu. So, I think I would believe Netanyahu and Trump over Gabbard.
So you believe Trump over Gabbard, who's a part of the Trump administration and testifying on behalf of the intelligence community. So you think that she's lying, and you think that she should be tried for perjury?
Yeah, I do.
She's on the Trump administration. Trump appointed her and says that she's doing a good job.
Well, we all know he doesn't like her. He just says that, but
Wow.
I mean, he does that to everybody. He says great things and fires them next week. Like deep down inside, he knows he doesn't like them. I mean, that is true. But no, I think that.
But the reality of the matter is that there wasn't an imminent threat. There's no evidence of that at all, right? And Trump is the one who pulled out of the JCPOA, which led to them enriching uranium to a greater extent. Did you know that?
Yeah, but why did he pull out the why did he pull out the Obama agreement?
Because of them getting rid of sanctions through the agreement, which, by the way, he would have gotten rid of with the 10-point plan anyway.
No.
Yes. No. Good argument.
No, because Obama gave them billions of dollars, bro. Like, literally.
Yeah, literally gave them about 1.7 billion, because that is we stole around 400 million from them.
Now we stole money from Iran. That's news to me.
Let me explain. Please be quiet. We stole around 400 million from them, like in the past, and we are paying them back as a sign of good faith, with interest.
But what? Okay, you're saying we stole. Where did we steal from? Did we hack their bank accounts? How did we steal money from Iran?
It was a weapons deal or something that we stole from them.
A weapons deal. Okay, we're getting somewhere. All right. Yeah,
I'm just telling you what existed under the JCPOA. And by the way, they already have that money. So regardless of what you do, that doesn't get rid of that.
All they gotta do is reopen the strait and this whole thing's finished.
Okay, well, the reality of the matter is that they're not reopening in the strait, so.
Yeah, because.
And if they reopen the strait and this whole thing's finished, then what did we actually achieve? We didn't prevent them from having nuclear weapons. We didn't get their enriched uranium.
Well, actually,
we didn't get regime change. What objective did we meet?
We did get regime change in some form, yes.
No, we didn't.
We did, because
is the IRGC still in place?
Yeah, but
so then we did not do regime change.
Yeah, because they're negotiating.
Regime change would be that the IRGC is not in office anymore.
I mean, we have two definitions of regime change, but what I was saying.
So then
was,
define regime change.
In my opinion, it means getting rid of the head person and then enacting a new person and then negotiate with that person.
So if that person is on the same administration and is not picked by you, then how could you say it's regime change?
Because it makes total sense. Let me ask you something. Is Trump and Vance
the
same person?
It's the same administration, my guy. That's not regime change.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I have a question. If a vice president steps up after a president steps down, is that regime change?
Yes. Because they're not the same person. They don't have the same ideas most of the time.
That's so dishonest.
It's not dishonest. Was Lyndon?
If the Democrats are still in office, that's not regime change.
Okay, again, we have two definitions. Was Lyndon Johnson the same president as JFK? No.
But it wasn't regime change because it was the same admin, wasn't it?
It was the same party affiliation, but it was different people.
So same admin. So what are you talking about, bro?
No, let's say you sold your company, Parker Get a Job. A new person comes in because you sold to them, right? Are they the same person as you? No, that's regime change. Right?
Yeah, but that's not like me having a vice president step up. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Even if it was a vice president, that's regime change. Okay? Because when I if Trump stepped down...
It's the same regime, my guy.
No, it's not, because you're missing the point.
It is literally the same regime. Like,
no. Oh my gosh, dude, you're missing the point. We're under
no,
the
I'm not. I understand it's a different person, but it's not regime change. Just because there's a different person.
It is. Because listen, we're under the Trump administration right now. If Trump stepped down, it would then become the Vance administration. Same party,
same regime.
Person.
That's not regime change.
we're just gonna have to agree this week because we're getting
Yeah,
nowhere with this.
yeah. Go look up a definition of regime change and give me
Again, we have two
or
different-
give me a definition of regime change, and then tell me it's not and tell me it is regime change. You're being ridiculous, dude.
I gave you a definition. I just told you if you
That's an
solely-
example, not a definition.
Okay, my definition of regime change is this. Regime change to me is getting rid of the head person in a company or an organization and then putting a new person in there. That is change. That is regime change. That's my definition. You don't have to
How about
believe
this?
it.
The replacement of one administration or government by another, especially by means of military force. Do you accept that definition?
Can you repeat it?
Yeah, the replacement of one administration or government by another, especially by means of military force.
I partially agree. Because
What do you
different people.
disagree with?
That it's the same regime. It's a different regime.
Oh my god! Is it the same governmental administration?
Party affiliation? It could be, yeah.
So not regime change.
Different people.
By dictionary, not regime change. Do you agree?
By dictionary, not regime change. Correct.
Okay.
Wait, probably misunderstood the question. No, it's not, because if you agree with me, it's not wrong. It's not right. No, that's not what I said. Look, we're getting nowhere with this, okay? Let's talk about something
Yeah,
else.
'cause-
Okay. What I'm saying is that the whole issue now is the Strait of Hormuz. Iran doesn't even own the Strait of Hormuz. That's not even their body of water. That's the issue. That should be our body of water. Not even our body
Then
of
why
water.
did Trump call it the Strait of Iran?
Well, you shouldn't have said that.
The Strait of Iran, actually, everybody. The Strait of Iran.
Because you know what the reality is? We live under this planet, and we live on these countries. We live near this water, and we generate names to it, but we technically don't own them, right? So, like, this is the United States of America, but
It's called the Strait of Hormuz, and he literally called it the Strait of Iran.
Okay, well, he was wrong for saying that, but I'm saying is that we give these names to people or to countries and bodies of water, but no one really owns them, right? So I think that it should be a global accessible waterway that is under no control of any country.
So the Gulf of America should not be controlled by the Americas.
It's not, and it shouldn't be. No. We don't control the Gulf.
So then here's my question. Would you be okay with China putting a bunch of ships, right, wherever they want in the Atlantic Ocean?
Well, again, I just said that it's everybody's waterway or water passage. So I would say that, yes, I think every country has the right to put a boat on any water they want to.
So right on our shoreline, you'd be okay with like hundreds of thousands of Chinese ships on our shoreline?
Sure.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Stop. That's ridiculous, dude.
I don't know
Stop.
what you'd be. I don't know what you'd be scared of.
That is the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard. Okay.
All right.
That is like, seriously, you're taking it to such an extreme level that even you know is wrong. You'd be okay with China just completely all over our short line, setting up ships? Come on, bro. Everyone would see that as an act of war.
It's not an act of war at all.
What? Yes, it is. Putting your ships, military ships, all across the shoreline of a different country is absolutely seen as an act of war, or at least an increase in military tension.
Okay, but what article says that the USA owns the Atlantic Ocean?
I never said an article does that. I'm just saying that obviously countries are going to control some level of the waters near them. There are obviously international waters. No one's disputing it there. But what you have to understand is that the some level of the ocean and the waters near a country is controlled by said country.
I disagree, but because again, there's no article or written thing in place that says that we control 5 miles up the shoreline. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't understand how you could say that there actually is. In law, it does say that we do own a certain amount. Like, that's just facts. There are internationally determined waters, and there are waters that are not internationally determined. You know, we already have that, right?
no, because that's what I'm trying to tell you. We have warboats stationed outside of Iran, not outside of Iran, but within proximity, and no one's bothering our
We're
boats.
at war with Iran.
Right, but no one's bothering the boats. and we even put boats near like Saudi Arabia, other Gulf states.
Okay, and those are apparently our allies under the Trump administration.
And we have airplane hangars in certain countries. So we're there. Is that an act of war because we stationed there?
I mean, we're at war with Iran, yeah.
No, but I'm saying like we have bases in other countries. Is that an act of war?
The bases in I'm not saying the bases in other countries are necessarily an act of war.
It's just like with China, how China had
Like if you have bases in countries that are your allies, that's not an act of war.
I mean, we have bases in Saudi Arabia.
What the fuck are we talking about right now?
I'm just talking about freedom of water passageways.
Yeah, and what the hell are we talking about right now? This is the most useless conversation ever.
I have no idea. I'm just bored.
Yeah, I can tell. They just left. Okay, are you serious? Dude, what the hell, man? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Going on, bro?
How old are you?
I'm 18, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump, obviously.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
There's multiple reasons.
Such as?
Immigration policy, stuff like that.
Okay. What immigration policy?
Can't name them, but I know that he's decreased it.
You know that he's decreased them. The immigration policies?
Yeah. No, he decreased immigrants coming to America.
And why is that a good thing?
Well, because immigrants, they steal all the jobs.
No, they don't. No, it answer that. There's actually a National Bureau of Economic Research study indicating that the increased employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens over the last 30 years.
And where's your source?
I just told you the National Bureau of Economic Research.
Okay. I'm going to look at it. You're not going to be able to hear me, but yeah.
Alrighty. In the meantime, let's get on another person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates.
Wait. What is it called again? I forgot.
National Bureau of Economic Research. Look up immigration's effect on U.S. wages and employment redux. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, so I'm not actually a paleocon, but you did.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'll just bust a fat nut on your.
Disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alright, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here to give us a quick second, everyone. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people, as always, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Actually, Parker,
Hey, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. If you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, I will block you, just letting you know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hey, everyone, if you send a guest request, you don't meet that criteria on the screen, we are just looking for some debates. I will block you, just letting you know. Jenny, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Jessica, thank you for the $2. By the way, thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nothing you said is actual.
So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, looks like Trump supporters are terrified of debating everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
How
I'm
old are you?
32, Parker.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump.
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I vote for Trump anytime, any day.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because Trump is doing the right thing. Trump is taking money from DOE that's putting money in the wrong place.
Okay, and where is he putting it?
Well, he's putting back. First, he's giving the military. He's putting back in different investment instead of just giving away to your type of people.
What investments?
What investments? Each kid's right now in America will get $1,000 in their account, starting from next year.
That's the Big Beautiful Bill. That's a small portion of the Big Beautiful Bill, which is a very, very small portion of that overall bill. In that bill, the money from the DOE is not being reallocated into that. That's not true.
It is being reallocated. I mean, just imagine someone getting sick. Yeah, it is true.
Nope.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump said it.
So just because Trump said something doesn't mean it's true.
Well, anything Trump said is true.
Okay. You're trolling.
Yeah. No, I'm not trolling. I'm sure to God I'm not trolling, Parker. I'm being serious.
So do you know that he posted on his Truth Social a completely racist rant last night? Literally saying that the ACLU has done more damage to our country than Iran. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, he posted that. Yeah. You don't believe that?
No, definitely not.
So, who did you vote for?
Do you think that people from China and India shouldn't come to our country because they're quote unquote not like the European Americans of today and their ancestors?
Yeah, they shouldn't come to our country.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not.
I'm going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Is Dan actually dead?
No. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If you kick me, you like to be pegged. If you kick me,
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, Parker, I'm 40 years old. How you doing, man?
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Obviously, Trump. I mean, you wouldn't even have TikTok if it wasn't for him. Let's be real.
I think that if
get on your knees and say thank you, Daddy, for saving TikTok for me and my buddy Dean.
So I think that if he got a deal done, I think that any candidate for president, especially Harris, would have also been able to get a deal done. Plus, I have a YouTube account, and my largest platforms are YouTube and Instagram.
Yet you're here, right? Yet you're here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the majority of your traction comes
I'm also streaming on YouTube right now.
I don't care about YouTube. Yeah, you get gifts, and this is where you get the majority of your leftist, weirdos that come into my
leftist weirdos. I mean, I get millions of views on my Instagram every month.
I've debated Dean on several topics. You guys love to deflect and not talk about real issues. Like
says the one who's deciding to bring this up instead of telling me why you support Trump.
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I support Trump absolutely, and I will never vote for Democrats, and I'll tell you why. Okay, I live in California, all right, and you guys keep on talking about, oh, he's a P3DO and all this bullshit. But which party is the one actually fucking making it easier for P3DOs to get away with crimes like in fucking California? Making it fucking easier for a guy to get away with, graping a 14-year-old. It's out of control, bro. And these are leftist policies.
What leftist policies makes it easier to get away with child rape?
In California?
Yeah.
You want me to bring up the actual bill?
Yeah.
I'm not going to bring it up for you. Okay, you know what? You want me to do this? You want to play this game?
Yeah, I just want to know the bill.
You want to play this game, don't you? I can't even believe this right now.
You can't believe I'm asking you for a source?
Yeah, it's actually true. I just don't have it off the top of my head. Just give me a
Yeah,
second.
I live in California too. I'd love to see the source.
1 second, Parker.
Okay. Well, he's looking for that. Max,
Okay,
thank you so much
here
for the
we go,
$1. Thank you
here
very
we
much, Max. I
go,
really
here we
appreciate it. Thank
go.
you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate Jessica. Feisty, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the lefty bot money from California. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Wouldn't be able to do it without you. Eric, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much, Eric. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Eric in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. For the 3,200 people here in the stream, hit that thumbs up, everyone. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes just to piss off the guy on the stream. Alrighty, to give it a second for him to find this information.
Okay, here it is. Got it. SB 145, signed in 2020 by Governor Gavin Newsom. Go ahead and check that out.
And what did it change?
I just told you.
Yeah, what did it change?
I just told you. I told you earlier.
It doesn't make it. It doesn't make it any weaker in terms of the force. Where does it say it makes the enforcement weaker?
So it does give judges the discretion to like make somebody either like register on the Schmex offender list, and that to me is just fucking crazy because a lot of these judges are lefties, and why are they giving the power to determine that?
Because prior, a judge had zero discretion on whether the prosecutor and the judge agreed registration served no purpose. So this is just to increase their ability to do so.
So that makes it easy for, let's say, a person but the age of 27.
No, it actually makes it easier to apply that they are on the registration.
No. It's at the discretion of the judge, and I just disagree with that. 100. I just disagree with that 100%. I want to know if my neighbor is a Schmex offender.
Under
Parker.
legal clarity, it says right here, the most widespread misconception of SB 145 is that it legalized or softened the punishment for sexual activity with minors. It did neither. Every crime covered by the bill carries the same penalties it always has. SB 145 answered one narrow question. After a conviction and a sentence, does registration happen automatically, or does a judge decide? That's the only thing it changed.
Yeah.
So you're just lying.
No, it's not.
That's from legalclarity.org.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not lying.
It literally said the most widespread misconception is that it specifically softened the punishment, and it did not.
Yeah, like that would be like me saying I would be lying about MAID, another program Democrats are rolling out, medical assistance and dying. They just like 13 states have already adopted it.
So wait, how did SB 145 change or soften?
Honestly, bro, you guys are just a death cult, bro. It's ridiculous.
Hey, how did it change or soften the punishment?
What?
How did it change or soften the punishment?
So in other words, basically no jail time for someone who
Wrong.
could be the age of 20. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You just made that up,
bro. Absolutely.
You just made that up. You want to bet?
Okay. Yeah.
Really? How much?
$40 billion.
Give me an actual number that you'll be able to pay up.
A gajillion.
You see how he's just saying this because he won't actually do it? Because, by the way, I'm reading from a legal source right now proving you're wrong, so I don't know why you'd take that bet.
Oh, what's your legal source on that one?
Legalclarity.org.
Yeah. And by the way, it's just a really fucking weird thing to even pass anyway.
It's specifically...
Like and also there's another bill making California a sanctuary for fucking transgender people and stuff, minors. Bro, it's just insane. It's gotten to the point of lunacy.
So, like in situations, this is what we mean. So, actually, before this, all right, it specifically would there are situations where it said this change was driven in a large part by the disparate impact on LGBTQ plus young people because the old framework treated oral and anal sex differently from vaginal intercourse. Same-sex couples in the same factual situation as opposite-sex couples faced mandatory registration while their heterosexual counterparts did not. A 19-year-old convicted of voluntary oral sex with a 17-year-old had to be placed on the registry, whereas a 19-year-old convicted of a voluntary vaginal intercourse with the same 17-year-old might avoid it entirely if the judge found registration unnecessary.
Yeah, so here's another one.
So, by the way, all this did was ensure that gay people and straight people are treated the same under the law. That's it.
Yeah, it's weird as fuck. And
What? How is it weird?
616
How is it weird as fuck to ensure that gay people and straight people are treated the same under the law?
They already are. So AB
They weren't.
665
Wait, actually, they weren't.
So AB,
According to
let's talk about
you're wrong. Wait. Why are you being dishonest?
Parker,
Why?
stop. Parker, stop. Let's keep
No,
going here.
no. Seriously, at this point, if you're not willing to, if you're not willing to acknowledge this information, I'm not willing to have this conversation with you. Engage with this conversation right now.
Here's the thing.
I'm giving you a source right now, and you're choosing to gish gallop, lie, and bullshit me on the stream right now. You can choose to engage with the facts that I've just showed you on the live, but what you came to do on my stream was completely fucking lie about the law in California to make it seem like left-wingers are okay with pedophilia when you support a guy credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, who specifically said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. And by the way, you're gonna fucking use this, try to make it seem like left-wingers are okay with that shit? Look at the fucking mirror, bro. Look in a mirror.
Crash out. Are you done? Are you done?
Look in a mirror. Look in a mirror, bro.
Control your impulses, Parker. AB
You're the one not able to control your impulses because all you do is lie.
So here we go. AB 665 allows minors 12 and older to consent to mental health services in California, even those on Medi-Cal.
Why are you pivoting? Why are you pivoting?
No, I'm just telling you.
Why are you pivoting? We were talking about what were we talking? We were talking about SB 145. Hey, we were talking about SB 145. If you want to talk about something else, we'll talk about that in a second. Right now, we're talking about how you had a misconception about the bill. I just gave you a legal source proving you wrong, and you're not acknowledging with it.
Yeah, I'm giving
acknowledge the point I made.
No, because you're lying.
No, exactly. Do you see what I mean? Seriously, this is what I mean. You are unwilling to acknowledge the point that I just made because you know that it beats you. You know that you're fucking wrong. So engage with the point. You fucking coward.
I'm giving you more examples as to how the Democrats...
No, I don't want more examples. I want you to address the very point that I just made, that I gave you a source from Legal Clarity about SB 145 and how you were wrong in your misconceptions about it. So please, can you engage with that point instead of pivoting away because you're a little fucking coward that can't intellectually engage with the point that you brought up in the very first place? Take accountability for the fact that you were wrong.
No, absolutely not.
Exactly. You see what I mean? You can't take accountability that you were wrong.
You
are. I gave you a fucking legal source proving you wrong.
You're such a fucking moron. I said it.
I gave you a legal source proving you wrong.
Dude, it gives the judges the decision to whether to put somebody on a SMEX offender list or not. And I don't agree with that. If my neighbor is a fucking SMEX
it already exists for straight people. That's already the law for straight people. It's literally all it is it's making the law the same for straight people and gay people. And by the way, this is in the situation of a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old, genius.
No, it's not. It could
yes,
be a
it is.
It could be a 20-fucking-8-year-old and a freaking 18-year-old. It could be a 14-year-old and a 27-year-old.
No, but it doesn't
change.
You're being dishonest. Because you're referencing specifically like a situation where it literally under the law it's treated differently with people who are gay versus people who are straight. Under the law right now, right, there is going to be no change in the punishment, right? No change at all, right? It is the exact same. Like I already told you, the only difference specifically is that it says that every crime covered by the bill carries the same penalties it always has. And SB 145 answered one narrow question. After conviction and a sentence, by the way, after the conviction, after the sentence, they've already been determined to have committed a certain crime. They already got the certain punishment. Does registration happen automatically, or does a judge decide? That's it. That's the only thing it changed.
Yeah. Okay. And let's analyze some of those sentencings too. Okay. They're very lax in their fucking bullshit. And they're allowing the judges to make the determination after they get out whether or not they got to be on the list or not. And that makes people like me who have kids be like, what the fuck? Fuck you, Parker. You're wrong.
I'm not. I'm giving you a source
Yes,
from
you
Legal
are,
Clarity.
dude. How about another one here? AB 816.
Wait.
You're never gonna win
Don't
this. You're never
pivot.
gonna win
Don't
this
pivot.
argument with people with kids. You're never gonna win this
Stop
argument.
crashing out, dude. Like, I don't give a shit that you're a parent. I don't give a flying fuck. Do you want a cookie? Cool, dude.
Yeah,
You're
I
a
know you
parent.
don't care.
Like 60% of adults your age are as well. Now get a fucking grip on reality. I don't give a shit, okay? Now can you actually engage with the point that I'm making, okay? The point that I'm making is that literally, right, this applied in the law differently than specifically for people who are gay comparative to people who are straight. And this is meant to change that. That's it. That's the only thing it changed. It did not change the level of sentencing or the level of conviction or even the fucking penalties that exist in the very first place for any person that is determined to have done this, okay? This is not
Yes.
protecting people who have
Great.
assaulted children at all. And by the
And I
way,
don't-
you're going to sit
I
there
don't
and
trust the
argue that
judges, bro.
while simultaneously supporting a predator in the Oval Office. Yeah, sit up here, crash out, and scream at me because you are unable to actually hold yourself accountable for the very things that you support yourself.
Yeah, see, everything you guys have said about Trump is complete BS as well. Complete bullshit.
You're pathetic.
100%. 100% bullcrap. How about this one? Ready for this? AB
And then
816.
again, another pivot.
No, AB 816 allows 12 years old, 12 and up, to consent to certain healthcare services like contraception, STI testing, or mental health treatment without parental approval.
Okay.
Now,
I don't have an issue with that.
Listen to that part. Without parental approval.
Based.
California. You guys are the fucking party of pedos, bro. You're the ones
That's not
going after
pedophilia,
kids.
genius. That's
You're the
nothing to do with
fucking
pedophilia.
You're the real ones obsessed
Kids
with
getting
kids,
access
bro.
to STI testing, right? Getting access
Without
to
parents' approval. Why would they even fucking need to do that in the first place? It's fucking crazy.
because their parents are not going to, because they're ashamed and they won't go get tested if they have to go through their parents. So this is going to decrease STI and STDs amongst children spreading because of the fact that it will
No.
lead to more children who are actually going to get tested for these situations comparative
Absolutely
to
not.
otherwise.
No, what you guys are doing is you're abusing it and you're using it to fucking brainwash kids into doing transgender.
This has nothing to do with trans people.
yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I can
No,
keep
it
going.
doesn't.
I can keep
It actually
going.
has to do with
What else
substance
do you wanna-
abuse
what else
issues.
do you want-
Has to do with substance abuse issues and people also getting access to situations where they, again, like need to get an STD test or something like that. All things
Yeah.
that specifically a kid would feel like they can't tell their parents in a situation in which they're in. So this obviously is meant to increase their access to medical care.
Yeah, for 12-year-olds.
That's 16.
No, it's 12. 12 and up.
Nope. AB 816 is for minors age 16 and older.
Liar.
I'm looking at the bill right now.
No, allows minors 12 and up to consent to certain healthcare services. Yes. And
That
let's
might be
very
a different thing.
specific.
If you're talking
That
about
can be-
specifically
that's
the...
a very broad. By the way,
I'm reading it from...
That's a very. Can you stop? That's a
I'm
very
telling you where I'm getting the bill from.
I'm trying to have a
Trackbill.com.
real fucking debate about this. That's a very broad spectrum healthcare services, right? Like even mental health that could be taken into so many directions.
So here, there's two different provisions within the bill. Existing law authorizes a minor who is 12 years of older to consent to medical care and counseling relating to a diagnosis and treatment of a drug or alcohol-related problem. Existing law exempts replacement NARC treatment, abuse treatment as specified from these provisions. This bill would authorize a minor who is 16 years of age or older to consent to replacement NARC abuse treatment that uses BUPRENOPHR or PHINE. So that's all it does.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Your sources is being kind of truthful, but it's actually 12 and up.
No, it
So,
says
yeah, although you are correct, 16,
you're dishonest.
That's technically true, but it's actually 12 and up.
No, that was already existing law for certain things.
Yeah, well, it's fucking crazy.
Wait, can
And
you
so
read
is
it? Can you
SB
read that part?
145.
Can you read that part where it says 12 years old? Because it says existing law authorizes a minor of 12 years old to consent to medical care
Other minor
and counseling
consent
relating
laws,
to diagnosis and treatment of a drug or alcohol related problem.
Okay, you're just proving my point. Like you're really just proving everything I said to be completely true.
No, it already allows you to do this with a drug or alcohol related problem. It just exempts replacement NARC abuse treatment as specified. So this bill allows a minor who's 16 years old of age or older to consent to replacement NARC abuse treatment that uses that certain drug.
Yeah, and AB 665, effective as of 2024, allows minors 12 and older to consent to outpatient mental health services as well. So, like, I don't know where you're getting
Okay, so
your
AB,
sources
so
from,
now
but
you're doing a different one. So AB 665. Let's look at this one.
Yeah,
What does
that's
AB
another one as
665 do?
well. It allows minors 12 and older to consent to outpatient mental health services.
No, it says
These just keep getting passed.
it says this bill would also
going,
align the
keep
existing
going.
laws by requiring. So here, let's read this whole thing. This is what it does.
You're getting fucking
Existing
dog
law
walked
for
on
some
all this.
purposes authorizes a minor who's 12 years age or older to consent to medical health treatment or counseling on an outpatient basis, or to residential shelter services if the minor is mature enough to participate intelligently in the outpatient services or residential shelter services as specified. Either the minor would present a danger or serious physical or mental harm to themselves or to others, or if the minor is alleged victim of incest or child abuse. For other purposes, existing law authorizes a minor who is 12 years old of age or older to consent to mental health treatment or counseling services if the minor is mature enough to participate intelligently in the outpatient services or counseling services. This bill would align the existing laws by removing the additional requirement that in order to consent to mental health treatment or counseling or on an outpatient basis or residential shelter services, this minor must present a danger of serious physical or mental harm to themselves or to.
Bang. I mean, you're just getting.
This is actually making it harder. Or mental harm to themselves or to others, or be the alleged victim of incest or child abuse. So it says again, this bill. Literally, it says would align with the existing laws by removing additional requirement in order to be able to. Oh, so it gets rid of the additional requirement in order to consent mental health treatment or counseling on an outpatient basis to residential services. The minor must present a danger of serious. So removing the additional requirement that the minor must present a danger of serious or a physical or mental harm to themselves or others, or be alleged victim of incest or child abuse. So it's just they don't have to provide it. It says existing law for some purposes requires the mental health treatment or counseling include involvement of the minor's parent or guardian unless the professional person treating or counseling the minor determines that the involvement would be inappropriate. For other purposes, existing law requires the involvement of a parent or guardian unless the professional person who is treating, counseling the minor after consulting with the minor determines that the involvement would be inappropriate. This bill would also align the existing laws by requiring professional person treating or counseling the minor to consult with the minor before determining whether the involvement of a minor's parent or guardian would be inappropriate. Existing law defines professional person.
You gonna stop?
I don't think any of these are an issue. Existing law defines professional person for these purposes to include, among other things, mental health professional, a marriage and family therapist, a licensed educational psychologist, a clinical psychologist, the chief administrator of an agency, a licensed professional or clinical counselor, as defined. This bill would add a registered psychologist, a registered psychological assistant, and a psychological trainee, an associate clinical social worker, and a social work intern, a clinical counselor trainee under the supervision of a licensed professional and the board certified psychiatrist to the definition of a professional person for these services, or for a professional person for these purposes. I don't really see an issue with this. What's the problem?
Keyword minor, and you're effectively making the state determine things, and these licensed physicians, okay, are probably appointed by the fucking lefties, which I fucking think you guys are out to lunch, bro. You're letting fucking genetically born males compete against women in sports. I see it.
This has nothing to do with trans people. This has to do with outpatient services.
Great. And the key word and everything you fucking rambled on was minors, okay? 12 and up. Also,
so minors can get outpatient services and mental health treatment.
I listened to you fucking read off of a fucking thing forever, proving every point I was.
Dude, this is literally just that minors can get mental health treatment.
Again, minors. Okay, minors. Again, thank you. SB 107, okay?
So
makes California.
Wow, it's such an issue that minors can get medical health treatment.
Here we go. Yeah, bro, because you're determining what's best for people's kids, and you don't get that fucking right, the state. And you're impeding in fucking people's fucking business, brother. Stop it.
So you're okay with kids being abused by their parents and not having any type of treatment available to them?
When your nuts drop, you'll understand. Okay? Straight up, dog. Okay, SB 1.
Okay, if you think that I haven't hit puberty yet, then I'm sorry that you're an idiot. I'm 24 years old. Eric, think of the galaxy. I don't know why you tried to use that as like an own or a diss. Like, what are you, 12? Like genuinely, like that's like what that's like something a 12-year-old on Call of Duty says.
I can tell you
that's genuinely like something a 12-year-old on Call of Duty says.
I can tell you never played sports. I can tell.
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. He left, by the way. A guest in your live is for violations of hate speech. Did I lose my account access to join? Let me check. Let me make sure I didn't lose mine. He just got harassment and bullying. Okay, I do still have the ability to send a request. So that was just him getting banned by TikTok. So he was crashing out. That might have been my second flag for the stream. So I do think I have to hit a quick restart here on TikTok, which is really frustrating. For the 7,000 people who are here, all you have to do is click the profile picture at the top left. Click my profile picture again. It will take you to my page. All you have to do is refresh on the page just by scrolling down. And literally in a few seconds, I'll be right back. Literally, it should take 10 seconds or so to come right back. That is my second flag for harassment and bullying on the stream. So I do have to hit a quick restart. I'll be right back, everybody. Just give me a quick second. For the 7,000 people, just come right back, everybody. We'll be right back. Damn, that's so sad. Wicked, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for this guy's afraid of a child being able to seek mental health treatment without their parents. I worry what he's doing to his children. Exactly, right? Darsel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for growing up in an abusive household. Having mental health services at a young age would have been a godsend for me. Fuck this ass hat. Yeah, I don't know. That guy was insane. Like, by the way, he tries to bring that up as, like, we're predatory towards children. But if anything, wouldn't that indicate that, like, he's predatory towards children, if anything? Sarah, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For the guest, this guest, the definition of quote-unquote fake rage, DJT objectified children. He is protecting everyone in the list. You dare pretend to care? F you guess. Seriously, it's like so embarrassing. And I try to bring that up and he's like, he like, wouldn't even engage with it. As well as Feisty, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Feisty. Cassidy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it is important to be determined by doctors, not by him. As well as Anna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the people today are extra unhinged. It has been pretty crazy. Trina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, I always will. Thank you so much. Samri, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Base, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Elizabeth, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I think I am fully caught up. Let's make sure to go on to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. It should help get it out to more people. As always, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I just bust a fat nut all over the screen.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Trump?
No and yes.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I have a question for you. Can I please just ask this one question?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump, but I have a question.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
March 2nd.
And you said you're how old again?
18.
You'd be 19. So the next individual, only send a guest request if you need that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next individual up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
1998.
Okay, and you said you're how old again?
27.
And what month were you born?
July.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because I think that what he's doing for AI is really good.
Such as?
Well, he seems to be the only one that really in government that supports it. And I think we're going to need it. So, yeah.
Okay, so like what did he do that was good?
Well, doesn't he have like a bunch of like AI people in his party? Like every like Republican I seem to hear is the one in that supports AI specifically. Like I always hear
I think you're trolling.
Why do you think that?
Because you don't know what policy, you don't know what you're referencing, and it sounds like you're trolling because you think AI is bad and you're trying to like bring it up in a negative context.
Well, I don't. I think AI is really good. Especially in education.
Okay. So then, can you tell me what policy Trump passed that's good on AI?
I'm not knowledgeable in like policy and stuff. I just
So then what do you actually support of his?
like in policy. I mean, is that like what you? I don't know. I don't really have a specific.
Yeah, I know you're trolling. Let's go to the next person. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I try my hardest. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for them in the comment section right now. Of course. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Let's go to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, I think that we should support him because we're currently engaged in a war with Iran. And if we were to just cut our losses and leave Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, Iran would become an oil hegemon. It would force the Middle East countries that export their oil to the Strait of Hormuz to become vassals of Iran. And Iran could undermine our position in Asia Pacific since Japan and the Philippines rely almost exclusively on oil from the Middle East. So we have to escalate this situation and gain control of the Strait of Hormuz. And that may require a draft and send in individuals like yourself to fight and die for America's interests.
Why not you?
Well, I'm 48. I served in the military when I was in my youth.
Oh, well, we can send you back.
Yeah, but old people don't fight as well as young
No,
people.
I'm not gonna get in. I'm not gonna go to the war. I'm gonna dodge the draft like Trump. I'll have bone spurs magically spawn up, and I'll make
Sure,
sure to go.
yeah,
I'll
you
make
can
sure
make
to go
that
to a
claim,
doctor
yeah.
that's good friends with my dad.
That's fine. I mean, if you can get that done, kudos for you. But I think we do need to send American boys to go fight and possibly die for our interest in the
I think you're
Iran. 'Cause
trolling
we cannot
too.
leave Iran as an oil
Why would
hegemon
you?
of the world.
Why would you bring it up in that context? You want to send people to possibly die? Like, why would you bring it up in that context? Why wouldn't you say just like, oh, we want to send the military to complete this objective? Why would you say to possibly die? That's what it sounds like you're trolling.
Well, because I mean that's the reality of the situation. If we send troops to invade or take control of the Strait of Hormuz, it's probably going to result in Americans dying.
Yeah, but like, why do you think that we should do that? I don't think that we should be going to war with Iran. I think the Strait of Hormuz is closed because of Trump going to war with Iran.
We're
It wouldn't
in
be.
war
Do you think the
now.
war was the Strait of Hormuz closed prior to the war?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so then isn't that like good reason to believe that Trump's causing the conditions to be worse, not better?
Yeah, this war's not going well. I agree with you.
Okay, so then like if he's not meeting our objectives, why do you support him?
You know, when we fought at the beginning of World War II, the U.S. lost the Philippines, were kicked out of a lot of islands, and there was the Bataan Death March, which many Americans died because the Japanese soldiers bayoneted to death. So in the beginning of World War II, things were not going great. Kind of like how things are not going great now, but that doesn't mean that in World War II we just threw up our hands and said, "Well, I guess that's it, guys. It's not going well, so we should give up."
Well, like we were
need to
attacked first in
escalate.
that circumstance. It doesn't make sense to start this war. We started this war with Iran.
Okay, so because they didn't attack us, we should just allow Iran to be an oil hegemon and control and become a center of world power.
I mean, I don't think that we should go to war with them. Yeah, I don't think that
Oh,
they're going to be
so you
becoming
want
like
them
a
to become
complete
an oil?
hegemon within the way that you're referencing. I think that the
Well,
way, if
they
you
would
want to
be an oil
respond to that in
hegemon.
terms of who controls global electricity,
They
I think
would
that-
they would
Can you
control
please listen to
20%
me,
of
or
the
am I going to have
global.
to mute you to be able to speak on my stream?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done speaking. Go ahead.
No, I was still speaking. So, like, if
Okay,
we want
go
to
ahead.
address like foreign oil and the continued dependency on foreign oil, why don't we build up renewable energy production and increase the technological advancement relating to that, so that we can actually meaningfully address the needs for electricity in the future at lower costs and be able to subvert the use of the oil distribution around the world in order to be able to control people.
Right. That takes time. We wouldn't be able to do that on the turn of a dime. Our allies, which would help us if, for example, China invaded Taiwan, would be the Philippines and Japan, and they are completely dependent on oil. So we can't force them to, do these things that you talk about, renewable energies at that fast of a pace that it would make a difference right now.
So you're saying that this is relevant because of the war with Taiwan?
Well, I mean, it's all kind of related as far as our interests go. So if we get,
I mean, I don't see that to be a relevant factor. I do think that they're in a worse off situation, specifically by trying to get Iran involved with this. Say that there was a war with Taiwan. How do you know that Iran would get involved in that? Well, now you do, because Trump has caused these situations and caused them to get closer with each other. But prior to this, you didn't know that they would close the Strait of Hormuz to be able to negatively impact the Philippines so that we had less of an ability to be able to defend Taiwan. Plus, the main defense for Taiwan isn't the Philippines. It's literally the U.S. So the U.S. might be able to utilize the Philippines as a base specifically for its conduct, but it's not going to be the Philippines in of itself. So the argument specifically that because the Strait of Hormuz would be closed, that would limit our ability to specifically to address these conditions within its war in terms of a front with Taiwan. Well, one, it would make no sense that that would be happening in the first place. And two, right, even in the condition that that's happening, it's going to be the U.S.'s use of force, not the Philippines in the scenario, that would make the difference.
Yeah, right. So we have bases in the Philippines, which would allow us to project power more quickly if China were to invade Taiwan. If China ends up conquering Taiwan, they would own 90% of the chips that are required for like our military and
so then you support the Chips and Science
society.
Act.
So we need to do everything to prevent China from doing that. It's in America's interest to keep things as they are now.
Do you think they should be a part of NATO?
Allow them to conquer Taiwan. Did you
Do you think Taiwan should be a part of NATO?
No. Well, who knows? I mean, I don't think so. I mean, that would cause probably some issues there with China.
Okay, so then how do you prevent it?
Is fine with. I think
Are you saying that we're going to have to go to war with China or something?
Keep it as it is now.
Keep it as it is now doesn't mean we go to war with Iran. I don't understand your point.
Well, you were suggesting that we should make it part of NATO. We don't need to go that far. We just need to keep it as it is now.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I was asking you if that's your position.
No, when did I mention NATO?
You never did. I'm asking if that's your position. Like what?
No, that's not my position.
Okay, that's all I was asking. Jesus fuck. Okay, can you like engage with my points though? Like what is the point of going to war with Iran because of some possible war with Taiwan in the future, which by the way, this war with Iran doesn't even allow for us to prevent a war with Taiwan in the future.
So it's related. I'm saying it's related. It's not the same thing. I'm not saying that Iran is going to start shooting at us in the Pacific. That's not my argument. My argument is that we cannot leave Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz. We need to escalate. That may require us to send boots to the ground to take control of the strait. Because if we cut our losses now and leave them as an oil hegemon, then that would make them a center of world power. They could make a ton of money off that. They can fund their military at an enormous clip, and that would not be good for us because they literally hate us, probably for good reasons. Because we have tried to overthrow them. We did, Operation Ajax, Mossadegh, the Shah of Iran. It is what it is. They don't like us. They probably will never like us. And it is not good to have an oil hegemon that controls 20% of the oil to be mad at us because they can F with us pretty badly.
Well, they're effing with us to the maximum they were, and they wouldn't have done that if we didn't go to war with them. So I don't understand the point there. You say that, they can use this position to make money. Okay. They're already using the position to make money.
Right.
They were already doing that. So what's fucking different? None of that makes sense to go to war with them because of.
We're at war with them now. What are you talking about?
But that doesn't make sense to go to war with them because of that. You're not understanding.
We're at war now. We're at war now. There's just a ceasefire, but we're still doing stuff. We're still blockading them. It's just a pause.
Yeah, I don't know why you're acting like I said we're not.
If we don't escalate, if we leave them in control of the strait, that would not be good for the United States.
Okay, so we should be there forever.
No, we should militarily defeat them.
Okay, so how are you going to do that?
Probably a ground invasion. Probably.
When's that going to happen?
We're going to probably have to institute a draft and send individuals like yourself to fight and possibly die for the United States.
Nope, not going to do that.
That's fine. You might not do that, but there's plenty of people that will.
Yeah, I say we send you. I don't care that you're
Well,
48. I think you should be front lines.
I serve my country. Have you served your country?
I've served my country in this way. I don't think we should be going to war.
Yeah, you think being on TikTok is serving your country?
Yes.
You're a little delusional. This is called
I
delusional.
don't think it's the same as serving your country through the context of the military, but I think it's a
not
way of
the-
serving your country.
Being on TikTok and arguing with people is not the same as is giving 4 years of your life training.
Did
for
I ever
war
say it was
for
the
United
same?
States. Yes, you did.
No, I
you literally
didn't.
did that. You equated it. You said, this is me serving my country.
It
That
is.
is not the same thing as someone who serves in the military.
I never
Don't-
said it was the exact same as someone
not
serving in
the
the military,
same
but
at
it is
all.
serving the country.
It's not
Do you
the
think
same
do you think
at
you can
all.
serve the country in different ways?
It's not the same at all. Don't try to
Do you
equate
think
it.
do you think you can serve the country in different ways?
Sure, of course. But
Okay,
but
so shut the
your
fuck up.
statement was, I'm serving my country by doing this. You're
Yeah,
not serving
that
the
is
country
serving
by
the
doing
country.
this. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're being on TikTok and arguing with people.
Yes, this
about-
is serving the country in the
about
way in which I
political
am. I think
issues
this is serving
is
the
not
country.
Serving your country on the
Yes, it
same
is.
level as someone who
I never
gives
said it was on
4 or
the same
5 years
level.
of their lives and goes and fights for their country.
I never
Don't-
said it was the same
have
level.
a little sympathy. Don't skirt.
How about stop being a dishonest prick?
Because this is you're sounding like stolen valor. okay?
Stop
It's
being
not
a
the same
dishonest
thing.
piece of shit. Like genuinely. Like I never said it was the same. I never once made that claim. I just
You
said
were
that this is
implying
me
it.
serving the country.
You were implying it. You were
No, I
strongly
wasn't.
implying it's the same thing.
No, I
And
wasn't.
it's not.
Okay, you want to stop complaining about it? You're the one who supports going to war. How about you fucking go to war yourself? I'm not going to war for that shit. That's fucking stupid. I don't want other Americans to go die in a fucking war that you want to send them to do for no fucking good reason at all. I think that's sick as fuck that you're okay with U.S. service members dying like that and being
So you'd
forced into
rather
those
have
conditions.
Iran- you'd
Go
rather have
fuck
Iran
yourself.
as a-
Seriously.
You'd rather have Iran as an oil hegemon. You think that's good for the
I
world?
think it's preferable than going to war with them. And by the way, when you say oil hegemon, oil's not going to be around for the longest time ever. In 100 years, how is oil going to be the dominant energy source for the world? It's not.
Yeah, they
In
can
100
bankrupt-
years, it will not be the dominant energy source.
Sure, and maybe bullets won't matter in 100 years, but they matter now.
What's the point? What
That
can they
means that
do?
we have
What
to
can they
deal-
do?
We have to live. We have to live in this world.
What
now,
are they going to do?
not in
Tell me.
100
What are
years.
they going to do?
Well, they can bankrupt. They can destroy economies. If for example, Japan.
How?
Let's take Japan as example. Let's take Japan example. If Japan is, which is a U.S. ally, and we have strategic interests there, and they're literally going to be our ally if a war between us and China break out. If Iran can prevent oil from going to Japan, how
Are they
gonna-
not
if
doing
they
that
don't
right
have
now?
Oil, if they don't have jet fuel, how are they going to get their
Sir, are
F-35s
they
in
not
the air?
doing that right now?
Yes. Yeah.
So then shut the fuck up.
So they have reserve. They have reserves, right? They're gonna run out
Japan didn't
eventually.
get completely destroyed. What are you talking about? It's happening right now.
We've only been
It's happening because
about
of
a
Trump's
month.
war with Iran.
It's only been about a month. They're gonna run out of reserves.
You're like, oh my god, they could do this one thing that they're doing right now because Trump caused them to do it. They're doing that because of Trump. So I don't understand.
We're in a bad position right now. I agree with you. That's been my argument. That because since we started, this is not going good. I even gave you the example of us getting kicked out of the Philippines in World War II as an analogy. I agree with you. Things are not good now. But that doesn't mean we throw up our hands and give up. That means we escalate. We have to get control of the Strait of Hormuz, or we are fucked.
In which, what
Long
that
term.
means is that
Not-
we're
not
always
today,
going to be
not
involved in
tomorrow,
Iran.
Not next week, but in about 6 months, we're going to be fucked.
And what makes you think that?
They are controlling the flow of oil, 20% of the
Yeah,
oil
they've already
of the
stopped it.
world.
So then what's going
Of
to
the
change?
world.
So what's going to change
Well,
in the
if
next
we
6
take
months?
Control of the Strait of Hormuz, there'll be free transit.
Oh
of
my
oil
god,
through
I'm going to
Strait
ask the
of Hormuz.
question one more time. What is going to change now in 6 months from now?
Well, if we leave things as is, it's going to affect the ability of our ally Japan, for example, to go to war with us if China decides to take Taiwan, because they're not going to have jet fuel.
Okay. So can't the U.S. sell fuel to Japan?
Sure, yeah, they can do that. Yeah, but do you think? So you think we can provide all the oil that Japan needs for its economy?
Isn't that
plus
what
its
Trump
military?
claims?
We can't do that.
That's what Trump claims we can do.
I don't think he said that. He said people can buy oil, but
Plus,
don't
you
think
say,
don't you
how
think
are
we
they
have
going to help
need
us
our
defend
oil too?
Taiwan? I don't think they would be the main defenders of Taiwan. I think it would be the U.S.
Sure, but they would be our extremely important ally to repel that attack.
Okay. But like, I
That's
just
part
don't,
of our-
I just don't see this whole thing of we need to go to war with Iran for the Strait of Hormuz, because inevitably the Strait of Hormuz could be used against us in the future to prevent Japan from being able to have the fuel necessary to be able to help us in the war with Taiwan. What you're not understanding, though, is that, again, you are literally creating conditions where Iran and China are more likely to be on the same side because of the conditions of us going to war with Iran in the first place. And
Okay,
also, by the way, if
I've already
if
granted you that. It's
you
not
say
a,
you
it's,
say,
not
oh,
in a
we're gonna go
position.
control the Strait of Hormuz. Okay, why don't we go do that right now? Why isn't Trump sending troops?
Because it's not because of individuals like yourself that have convinced many that it's not worth dying for your country. For
Based,
its interest.
based. You're saying that individuals such as myself are preventing Trump from going boots on the ground? Fucking W's. Are you serious? You just gave me so much credit. It's unbelievable. I myself am helping prevent Trump from literally doing something like that. That means
Well,
I'm
not you
doing
yourself.
something. That means I'm doing something very effective. And your whole point of, oh, you're not serving your country in any meaningful way, that sounds like I'm serving the country in a very meaningful way, buddy.
Well, yeah, to diminish our country, yes, you are. Doing
That's
a
not
very good job of
diminishing the
that.
country. That's saving
But
American
you're
lives.
doing a
Under
very good job
that's
of
you just
diminishing
said I
American
saved
power.
American lives.
Yeah, you're doing a very good job of diminishing our standing. in
That
the
doesn't
world and
diminish our standing at all.
ability
I think
to
I promote our
protect
standing in this
economic
in the world to a greater extent than
I
you do.
congratulate you. You're right. You are doing a very good job doing that.
Yeah, I'm doing a great job.
You are what are called a domestic enemy. That's what. That's
How
what
am
you
I
are.
a domestic enemy?
Well, like I said, you are doing a very good job of hurting America's interests by convincing people that it is not worth dying for America's interests in the international.
These aren't
arena.
America's interests. These are the interests
Yes, it
of
is.
Trump. These are the interests of neocons. These are the interests of oil companies, and these are the interests of defense contractors, not the
Yeah,
average American.
Say that to yourself.
You
next time
you no
fill
no
up
you
your
keep
gas-
telling your do you
your
sleep
tank-
good
your
at night
gas
knowing that
tank of
Americans will die
gasoline.
because of your foreign policy?
Yeah, tell that.
Think of
to
the
yourself
spaghetti.
next
Think of the
time,
galaxy. No, do you sleep good at night knowing that Americans are dead because of your policies?
Tell that to yourself in a few months from now when gas is $10 a gallon. Tell that
It's
to
not
yourself.
going to be
Let's see how
$10 a
much-
gallon
let's see how
because
much
of Democratic policy.
let's see
It would
if
be
you
$10
believe
a
that
gallon
your
because of
views
Trump's
are
war with
harming
Iran.
America, because that's what's going to happen unless we take the Strait of Hormuz. Okay.
So you're saying that Trump's war with Iran will cause gas prices to go up to $10?
If we don't escalate and do a ground invasion and take control of the Strait of Hormuz, yes.
Oh, so
gas
Trump's
will go
war
up to
with
10.
Iran will cause gas prices to go up to $10. Good job.
Well, not if we take the Strait of Hormuz, then they'll. come
But there's
back
no
down
good
because
evidence
there's
that we're going to do that in
pre-navigation.
the first place. And why don't you enlist then? I don't give a shit. You're 48 years old. Go enlist.
I've said this 4 times already. In
Enlist
my
back.
youth, when I
Enlist
was
back.
your
I want
age-
you on the front lines. I
when
don't give a
was
shit. You're
your
48.
age- When I was your age, I had the courage to serve my country in the military, unlike
Okay.
you.
Okay. Do you want a cookie? Go back. You want to go to war with Iran? You want this war to happen? Go back.
It's not a matter
Front
of-
lines.
It's not a matter of having to do it. It's like an
Front lines.
operation.
I want you
No
on the
one-
front
no one
lines,
wants-
my guy.
When someone has a medical issue, do you think they want to go to the hospital?
I
They
want
don't.
you to go
But
to the
you
front
have to
lines
do
right
it.
now, bud.
You have to do it because
I
it's
want you
what's
on the
best.
front lines.
I was infantry. What are you talking about?
Well, I want you
Yeah.
to be on the front lines again. Romo for the front lines.
So
Can we
you
get
want
some
me to-
Romo
you
for
want me
front
to
lines in
do-
the comment section, everybody?
me to serve-
Romo for front line.
You want me to serve for you too? You
Romo
want me
for
to
front
serve-
line.
You want me to take your
This
spot
isn't for
as
me.
well?
This is for the oil companies, the
So
defense
my-
contractors in Israel.
When I was young, I answered the call. How about you do that?
Well, I'm not going to fight a war for the state of Israel and for the oil companies and for the defense contractors. I'm not dying for that. That's
Well,
absolutely
I'll-
horrible. Romo front line. Romo front line. Romo front line, actually. Romo to the front line, actually. Romo for front line, actually. Romo for the first to the front line, actually. Romo for front line. Romo, get back to work. Front line, Romo, get a job.
I don't like the
Romo,
fact that it's
Romo, get a
involved in
front
this,
line, actually.
But at this point,
Romo, get on the
it's-
front line.
The character of the war has changed.
I want you right there. An American patriot would be on the front line. If you're not on the front line, you're not an American patriot, Romo. Did you lose your patriotic
there's-
nature for this country? Actually,
There's many people who would answer the call. I know you would.
oh, why not you? Why not you? Why don't you? Apparently not Trump. Apparently not Trump either.
You know, just as
How do you feel about Trump dodging the draft on
patriotic
3
as
separate
me,
occasions?
that would answer the call.
Yeah, answer this question. How do you feel about Trump dodging the draft on 3 separate occasions?
I mean, I was a military person, so I don't respect that.
Oh, okay. How do you feel about that he called veterans suckers and losers?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, he says a lot of dumb shit.
Oh, and you still support him?
There's a difference between
He
what
called you
people
a
say.
sucker and a loser. How do you feel about
There's a
that?
difference between America's interests and what a politician says. You know that, right?
You know that you're supporting this guy because you think he's in accordance with American interests?
Well, this is America's interest to have the Strait
It's
of Hormuz,
not.
to have that control of the Strait of Hormuz. It is.
It's not
It
in
is.
our interest to go send military service members to die for something that we don't even know we're going to have control over and that we'll have to stay there forever to have control over. And it's literally just for oil companies, not even for our interests, right?
is
Our
for our
interests would be specifically in building up other forms of energy that Donald Trump's actually defunding, by the way. Eric,
Unless
thank you so much for the
wanna
Viking Hammer. Thank you very much.
Unless you want to pay $200 to fill up your tank of gas, then yes.
Oh,
it is
I'm
in our
actually,
interest.
I'm actually almost double in how much it costs right now because Trump's in office.
And it's gonna get worse if we don't get a.
Dude, I literally
control of
spent
the Strait of Hormuz.
$66 on gas yesterday for a
Yeah,
full
and
tank.
it's gonna get way worse.
That's
if,
fucking crazy.
Iran-
You want to know who that's because of? Trump.
Yeah,
That's
I
because of
already
Trump.
I already
Trump
said
started
like
this
5
war with
times,
Iran.
It's not going well right now. It's not going well. I agree with you. That's why we need to escalate.
Yeah, so no, we should not be going to war with Iran. Makes no sense. Trump caused this situation. Now you're doing
Yes,
tricks on
he
it
did.
to pay $200 for gas.
Okay, I agree with you. Where we diverge is that you want to throw up your hands and say fuck it, we shouldn't have fucked with them, and I'm saying no, we can't leave it.
Yeah,
like
I'm
this.
saying that we shouldn't have
need to
done that in the
escalate.
very first place. It was fucking stupid.
Maybe so, but we're in it now. We have to get a result that's in
No,
our
we do not
interest.
need to go send boots on the ground for American service members to die, literally
if we
for
can
the
get it
Strait of
through a
Hormuz to be
negotiation-
open. Like, come on, the Strait of
Sure.
if we stop going to
If we
war
can
with
get through a
Iran, I think they're going to
negotiation, that would
open
be
the Strait.
best.
If we stop going to war with Iran, they're going to open up the Strait of Hormuz because they want to make more money. Simple.
Yeah, yeah, and they would determine
Simple.
who gets oil
And you want to
who
know
doesn't.
how I know that's true? Because when we weren't at war with them, they were doing that because it was profit maximizing. So how about you get your head out of your ass and realize the Strait of Hormuz would be open if Trump literally didn't start this war?
Well, I guess we have far different understandings of human nature. They're not going to give up that power. If you think that they're going to give up that power now that they have it to charge a toll and determine who gets oil or not,
I
they're
appreciate
just
the
gonna
tundra.
give it up.
They weren't charging a toll
You know,
before.
you have a
They
very
weren't charging a
idealistic
toll
view-
before.
You have a very idealistic view of
This
religious
isn't
zealots.
idealistic. You have an idealistic view. You think that through military action we're going to create better conditions when historically speaking it's led to worse conditions within the Middle East for us to engage in military action.
So when they're screaming "Mag Bar America," which means "Death to America" in Farsi, you think they're gonna be cool with us after this? After we kill their supreme
What
leader?
caused those conditions in the first place? Is it
We did.
U.S. military intervention? Is it
Yes.
us
Uh-huh.
literally
Yes,
overthrowing
absolutely.
a democratically elected leader, reinstating a military dictatorship, which led to
Yeah,
a
yeah.
revolution,
So
which
once
inevitably
we-
speaking was radicalized specifically by radical Islam? Right, so
Right.
radical
I'm
Islam
talking
is
about
prevalent
how-
within the country right now because of the fact that the U.S. militarily intervened itself in the very first place.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. I'm talking about how the world is, not how it should be. And they're not.
I
gonna
just
be okay
described
with
how
that
the world is.
If they are in control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I understand. But you understand that our involvement has led to these conditions. Our
Yes.
involvement will not better the conditions.
Yes, and this goes back all the way to Operation Ajax when we overthrew Mossadegh.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
Yeah, but that's the way it is. We have to accept the world for how it is, not how we would like it to be.
Yeah, but we have to acknowledge how things happened in order to know how to undo them.
How can we undo the Operation Ajax? What are you talking about?
No, I'm talking about. I'm not saying undo the operation. I'm saying undo the effects on our society that inevitably caused these situations in the first place. Like what caused these situations? Military intervention on behalf of the U.S. Why do you think then that military intervention on behalf of the U.S. will make conditions better? It won't. We have history that indicates it made things worse, did not make things better. So this whole argument you're making of, oh, you know what, maybe this time, if we just send U.S. military service members to go die and we draft American citizens to go die in a foreign country for oil companies, maybe then it will lead to better conditions after we've been doing that for the past 25 years. And we've had no fucking benefits.
We might have no choice, man. We might have no choice.
Oh my God,
It is
shut
what
the
it is.
fuck up with this. We have no choice bullshit. That's total bullshit. Total war propaganda. What do you mean we have no fucking choice? They didn't attack
can't
us.
leave them
This isn't
in
us responding
control
after they attacked us.
of the
This
Strait
is
of
literally
Hormuz.
us attacking them first.
Yeah, life's unfair. What are you talking? international politics is brutal. I don't know.
Do you
if
see how he like
realize
doesn't actually engage with anything I meaningfully say? You're like,
mean,
oh,
you're
I'm just
saying-
talking about how the world is right now. I'm not talking about like what we could have done otherwise, or like what would have been better to do.
You're just going on a litany of woe of all these horrible things we did to them.
Yeah,
I agree
yeah,
with
these
you.
are horrible
We've
things
been
that we
nice
did.
to people in the world. No, you're right, but that doesn't mean that we just give them the Strait of Hormuz now.
And that's not, we're not giving it to them. They already had it, dude. What are you talking
Not
about?
in this way. Not in this way. Not where they're putting holes.
What does that even
where
mean?
Where they're landing missiles on the side of tankers. They weren't doing it like this.
Okay. So you said, oh, they just didn't control it like this. Well, it's because we started a war with them. You know that, right?
Yes, I agree. Okay, are we gonna go over this 10 times?
So,
what?
yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I don't know why we have to keep doing it.
Because we can't leave it like this. We have to take control of it.
I understand you keep saying that. You want to say it again? I don't think everyone in the back heard you. Do you want to move on to something else, or do you want to keep repeating the same bullshit that I've already responded to multiple times?
No, that's it. That was everything I wanted.
That's what I thought.
I'll drop that.
Nothing? You're just going to leave? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was my only point. I mean, what do you want me to do?
You don't have any other care. Like, is there anything Trump could do
sure,
that would
I
get...
mean, my,
is there
my
anything
dog-
Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
My dog has been sleeping a lot today, and it's worrying me. You want to talk about that?
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If we lose this war, I would stop supporting him. Because he is responsible for it. In the end of the day, he's the commander-in-chief. He made the decision. The buck stops with him. If we don't escalate and get control of the Strait of Hormuz, I would not support him anymore.
Okay. Alrighty.
He needs to do.
Alrighty. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. List in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Let's go on the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen to help get it out to more people as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're about 3 hours, 45 minutes on the stream, meaning we have at least 15 more minutes. I'll keep you updated though. We're going to be on until Dean hops on. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I got hemorrhoids. What do? I got hemorrhoids.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I got hemorrhoids.
All right. Manavan, thank you so much. I really appreciate these $17. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is literally, I have to talk to awful people all the time. There's been so many unhinged people today. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And you're not even spamming? I don't know why that's happening. For no reason. That must be an accident, Valkyrie. Let me know, because I'll have to address that. I didn't know that was happening. Thank you, Valkyrie, for letting me know. Mods, don't just mute people for no reason. If you mute people, please only for spamming, saying slurs, things like that. Apparently, people were getting muted for no reason. So, April, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Valeria, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Valeria. Thank you. As well as, yes, he also did, yeah. And then Peter, thank you for the $40. Thank you very much on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Peter in the comment section right now for the Brain Rot Cult member? Just said that we have to accept the world for how it is, not how we want it, while defending the U.S. choosing to go to war with Iran. Right, choosing to start a war, literally, right? Isn't that insane? Isn't that insane? Like, he's advocating for what we should do, and then saying, "Oh, I'm not going to talk about what we should do." Huh? Thank you for the sheet, by the way, Charles. Thank you. And Clint, thank you so much for the $100. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Clint. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Honestly, that's so funny, isn't it? Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Clint in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Clint. Is this Liv? Hello? Crazy profile picture, AI profile picture that you made. Hello? Okay, they're a troll. Asad, let's go. Thank you for the sheep. Thank you very much. Let's go on to the next person. Again, W's for Clint in the comment section. That's so nice. Thank you very much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
I just wanted to come here and say
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for some debates, so thank you very much. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Election out today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
Sorry. January.
And how old are you again?
20.
Okay, is there a way you can go to an area with a little less background noise?
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Is there a way you can go to an area with a little less background noise?
I don't think so, but oh wait, I have AirPods. Wait.
Okay. Alrighty, give him a second, everyone. Alpha, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Exactly, right? Isn't it crazy? You are a little bit behind, but don't worry. Don't worry. I appreciate you very much. I know exactly what you're referencing in the conversation. Zumba, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you very much for calling. There's a huge difference between what's going on, going to war, and if we're being attacked, being the aggressor after 9/11. The reason for the war was because of the Twin Towers. Like, it would be a response in that circumstance. I think the issue that people had isn't just the response to, like, a defensive, or, like, in defense in that situation. It's that we stayed there, right? That we, like, kept involving ourselves in things that we had no business in involving ourselves in, which inevitably led to worse off conditions. And it was often for the oil companies, for the defense contractors, not for the American people as a whole. So, yeah, of course, there was absolutely, in any situation where we're attacked, it makes sense for us to respond. Like, no one's disputing that. Like, if Iran attacked us, all of us would support going to war with Iran. Why? Because they attacked us, right? But the situation's not true that they attacked us. So, obviously, it makes no sense to respond and to literally go and start a war with Iran. And Lovey, thank you for the $1. Yeah, there has been a lot of people pretending to be Liv. I don't know why people do that. It's really weird. Like, what? You Liv, don't worry. I know it wasn't you. I know it wasn't you.
Hello, can you hear me better?
Yep. Did you find what you're looking for?
Yes, my AirPods. Sorry about that.
Alrighty. Alright, you're good. It does sound a lot better.
Okay, so just like the best reason why I would say I like Trump more is just like the conservative reasons. Like he leans more conservative on values.
Okay, so you say he's more conservative. Okay. So in what way is he conservative that you like in relation to ICE?
In relation to ICE, I just say like keeping our borders secure. I mean, like I like our country to be a very fundamental one with strict laws, and when people come into our country, that is illegal. So
Okay. So in every single scenario where someone violates the law, you think they should be held accountable for violating the law, right?
yes, illegals should be. Yeah.
Okay. So then why did you vote for Donald Trump? Because that ensured that he wasn't put in prison for the felonies that he was convicted of.
That's a different matter. That's voting. Like
What?
like I don't know.
Because you understand that ensured that he wasn't put in prison for the crimes he was convicted of.
Well, I mean, like, okay, what crimes? List them.
The 34 felonies, the falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a classy felony in the state of New York.
Was that even real?
Yes.
Like, how do you know?
Because he was convicted, and because there are court documents that indicate it, because a jury determined that to be the case, and because he was literally still on his record.
Mm-hmm.
He just wasn't put in prison because you guys voted for him. Hello?
If he's convicted, like, then why is he in office?
Because you guys voted for him.
Okay, but don't you think that he should still be in jail if he's truly guilty of the crimes?
He literally was not put in prison because you guys voted for him. Like, that's the point that I'm making right now.
Okay, but like, what? I don't think that's how it works though. Because like, even if like a different guy was president, he should still be in jail, even if he's like guilty. I mean.
So you think he should have gone to jail, even though he was elected president? He should be president from prison.
No, I think he is. Okay, let's go back to the ICE, right?
You know what? His Oval Office behind bars would be preferable than not behind bars.
Well, you know what? You know what I would want behind bars? I would want all the people who killed those free, innocent immigrants in America, not sorry, legal citizens in America, and it's raping them to death. I mean, what on that? If okay, hear me out. If we didn't have any illegal immigrants in America, then all those crimes committed by those illegal immigrants would not have been.
Okay, so you know that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to naturally-born U.S. citizens. And you could also say the same thing, that if people didn't have children, those children couldn't commit crimes. If tourists weren't allowed in the country, then tourists couldn't commit crimes. You know what I mean? Like, you could say the same thing about all of those situations, but no one's saying that.
So that's like, it's definitely like a strong topic, but like, we have these laws, and if these people didn't break those laws, then 1,000 people would still be alive today.
Okay, so do you want to prevent men from coming to our country because men commit higher rates of crime? And we can prevent crime from happening if we prevent all men from coming to our country?
Illegal men, yeah.
No, all men. All men in general, because men commit higher rates of crime.
No, that's like a
but we can prevent men from assaulting people and men from harming people.
Coming into our country.
These are preventable crimes. If we just don't allow men into our country, then we can prevent these crimes from happening.
No. That's stupid to say. That's like a crazy hypothetical.
But like, doesn't this lead to better conditions under your view? Like, you're preventing the crimes from happening then, right?
No.
Okay. So then you don't care about those crimes happening, right? You would prefer to have people in your country, right?
I would prefer if no illegal immigrants came into our country.
Okay. But, like, in the reality of the matter is that there's still going to be undocumented immigrants that come to our country, and if we want to incentivize people to come to our country through the legal pathways, we need to make the legal pathways better off to then facilitate people coming to our country through the legal process.
No. Look what Trump has done with our border right now. I mean, like, it's safe, it's super strong. No one's getting in, but I'm in the administration.
You're cut. I literally can't even hear you because it's like very mumbly.
Yeah, sorry. So under the Biden administration, millions of people, illegal immigrants, are coming in. Under the Trump administration, very few, if not any.
Okay, so under the Biden-Harris administration, millions of people did come to our country, but that's not necessarily because of the Biden-Harris administration's policies. That's because of economic insecurity all around the world due to global inflation, and people saw the U.S. as a preferable alternative. Now less people are immigrating to our country, less people are engaging in tourism towards our country, right? So you understand that less people want to come to our country in general. It's not just undocumented immigrants.
But we have a law that says we can't do that. What good are any of our laws if just anyone can just come in our country?
You voted for a convicted criminal and ensured that he wasn't put in prison by voting for him. What are you talking about, dude?
This is about ICE.
Do you understand that you don't give a shit about enforcing the law, right?
No,
you support an administration that actively speaking is breaking the law right now, not releasing all of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to release all of them.
If he was guilty, I would not have voted for him.
He is guilty. He was held. He was determined in a criminal court to have been convicted of 34 felonies.
If he was guilty, he was sentenced to something. What was he sentenced to?
He was given. It's on his record, but it's not. He was not sentenced to jail time because you guys voted for him for president of the United States. I don't know how many more times I have to say it.
Okay. So if you're right, then when Trump is done with his presidency, he would be sentenced, right?
When Trump is done with his presidency, he will not necessarily be sentenced because it was already determined to listen. It was already determined that he wasn't going to go to prison because he was put in the position of presidency. They did not put a thing that says that he would go to prison after his presidency.
Okay, but don't you think it would make sense that if he was guilty, he would serve time for him to be in office?
Well, I would think that would make sense to do on top of it, but that's not how our legal system operated.
Then I don't think he's actually guilty.
What? He was convicted, dude. Dude, talking to people like you genuinely pisses me off because how fucking stupid do you have to be to believe this stupid shit? It's literally public record that he was convicted. Are you fucking serious? It's public record. Why do I have to even have this conversation with you? It's verifiable. Are you serious, dude?
You know what's also verifiable?
How fucking stupid is this country for people to genuinely go on a public platform and to not feel embarrassed saying such stupid shit like that? How fucking uneducated is our society for you to feel okay in doing that? Genuinely, it's fucking nuts to me, dude. It's literally publicly verifiable information, and you're gonna sit up here and say some stupid shit like that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
You genuinely should feel embarrassed.
I don't.
You should. Holy fuck, dude. Our society is not doing enough at making people like you feel embarrassed at saying stupid shit like you just did. It's insane, dude.
I mean, like, I don't know what the crash out was for. I mean, like, it's just a debate.
I told you. It's because you don't actually give a shit about engaging with the facts at all, and you just want to spew random fucking bullshit.
No.
I just explained to you multiple times. I gave you evidence. I gave you information.
Listen, if he was convicted, if he was actually guilty, don't you think he would go to jail after his presidency? Because he said the only reason he's not in jail.
Wait, do you want to bet? He was convicted. Do you want to bet?
No, I want to bet.
That's what I thought.
I'll make a bet that he will not go to prison after he.
I already told you he's not going to be going to prison after. I already said that to you.
Okay, so then how is he guilty?
Because he's been determined under the law to be guilty. Holy shit, dude. I just explained to you the reason why he didn't go to prison. If I have to say this one more time to you, I am going to crash on you. The reason why he didn't go to prison is because you guys voted for him for president of the United States. Okay?
And these, I mean, liberals, am I right?
Are you serious, Nate? I gave you the explanation like 10 times. You make our country look so stupid. It's unbelievable.
Sorry, and relax.
I am relaxed right now. I'm just telling you, you make us look stupid as a country.
You are the opposite of relaxed. You're crashing out.
You make us less respected on a world stage. You embarrass our entire country.
You make us less. Okay, nah, not quite.
Yeah,
what
you do.
happened to all the illegal immigrants? Okay, so if you search up on ChatGPT, 30%.
I would prefer illegals. I would prefer illegal immigrants in the country comparative to you.
So you would prefer an illegal immigrant who has killed someone compared to me?
Not who's killed someone. I don't know why you'd assume that they've killed someone. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime comparative to U.S. citizens. Yes, I would prefer an undocumented immigrant in the country comparative to you.
30% of
Yeah.
illegal immigrants have committed crimes.
What's up?
30 to 40% of illegal immigrants have committed crimes in the U.S.
Wrong. Less than 5% of those detained by ICE have a violent criminal record. 73% of those have no criminal record at all, right? Including
So 30%.
also. What's up?
So approximately 30% of them have committed a crime.
23% have been convicted of a crime. Yeah.
That's still a lot.
Okay.
And the very
But
first crime.
that's any
The very
crime.
first crime
That
they
includes non-violent crimes. Only 5% have been convicted of a violent crime, and these are individuals that are detained.
Well, that's 5%. Then 5% of those people would still be alive today, and that's a lot. Of all those murders, 5% would still be
Wait,
alive.
you're what? I don't know what you mean by 5. So you understand that you're saying, oh, we'll nominally decrease the level of crime. You could say the same thing with tourism, like I told you earlier. I don't know why I have to keep repeating the same things because you don't listen. Okay? If we ban tourism, then the tourists who did commit crime wouldn't have been able to commit crime. Therefore, those people will still be alive. So should we ban tourism because some tourists kill people?
If 5% of all tourists kill someone, or
It's
have
not
a violent
5% of
crime,
undocumented
then yes.
immigrants killed someone. You're just being dishonest.
Then what percentage do?
It's actually multiple times less likely than a U.S.-born citizen. There's a bibliography in my bio. You should check it out. Undocumented immigrants are more than 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crime compared to natural-born U.S. citizens.
20 to 30% of them have committed a crime. And okay. Let me ask you this:
Where did you get that stat from?
You just told me 23% of them.
You're a fucking idiot. 23% of those detained by ICE have a criminal record, not a violent crime, a criminal record.
Not quite.
Yes, that's from the DHS.
Okay, let me ask you this: what do you think should be done with the illegal immigrants who came into our country and broke our law?
They should be given a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
All of them, millions
Yes.
of them,
Yes.
every single one.
Absolutely.
Just like free citizenship. So
A
just screw the
pathway to
border.
citizenship if you have not committed a violent crime or bad enough crime to deport
We
you.
already have that. Our
No, we
our
don't.
citizenship process would be so much faster if people didn't cheat the system.
No, if they don't go through the system legally, that means that they're not even waiting in the line. The legal system takes longer because we've artificially made the system take longer. It used to take 3 to 7 hours to get through the system and through Ellis Island. Okay? Now it takes several years on average to get in this country. And we have significantly better technology to facilitate immigration now than we did then. Why is it the case that it takes so much longer now? Because Republicans have advocated for policies to make it harder to people to get here, for people to get here, to restrict the amount of people who can come to our country.
You probably just get a job at this point.
Me?
Yeah. I mean, like, don't you think like all these like debates are like silly at some point in your life?
This is my job, and I don't think it's silly because I think that it actually gets people to critically think more, get involved in politics more, educate themselves more, right? And I think it's beneficial for our society to have these types of conversations. I do think people like you are genuinely not smart enough to have these conversations, so it might not be productive for you. But just because it's not productive for you, doesn't mean it's not productive for anyone else. There are thousands of people that are listening to this right now that are gaining information from this live. Over 10,000 people are watching right now on YouTube and TikTok. So I find a lot of meaningful, productive conversations from these live streams. They just happen to not be with people like you.
That's a logical fallacy.
What fallacy?
Look, yeah, I don't know, but I know.
Yeah, you have no clue. So you just told me to go get a job because you're honestly just mad that I dunked on you in the debate and I beat you in this conversation, and you're honestly kind of jealous that people are sending me money, and that's why you literally can't acknowledge that it's a job.
Sending you money to talk about
Like Dorinda, thank you so much for the $40 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Dorinda. I really appreciate the $40. Thank you very much. For egoists can't change their mind because they think that they're too important. They expect respect no matter how obnoxious their poor reasoning is. Exactly. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Dorinda. Thank you for the $40. Darius, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much, Darius. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know, right? It's actually insane. Undocumented immigrants committed 29 homicides out of the 16,000 recorded homicides in 2024. The caller is an idiot. Absolutely. Rachel, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as PNW, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. These are the same geniuses that want to dismantle our education system. Exactly, right? They want to make people even less educated. Why? Because they'll get more people to vote just like them.
I'm sorry, you just like mumbled. Say it again.
Yeah, I said, why do you guys want less people to be educated? Because you'll get more people to vote like you.
Okay. So, how much money do you roughly make? Okay, wait. I'll say how much money I'll make at the end of my college and medical school. I'll be making around $200,000 to $300,000. How much money do you think you would make in America?
How much money do you think I would make what?
How much money do you think you make right now?
How much money do I think I make right now?
Yeah.
I make trillions every year.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
You make $200 every year profit.
I make trillions every year.
Trillions of people less supporting you, or what?
No, I make trillions of dollars every year.
Is that $1 trillion in debt?
No. I'm like make trillions. I'm
you make trillions.
I'm a trillionaire, dude.
When you're trillionaire, well, I'm like a quadrillionaire, so my job will keep mogs yours. So like debating
No, dude.
random people
You just said you were gonna make 200K, dude. So you got money mogged, bro. You're getting money mogged right now. How does it feel? I money mog you, bro. How does it feel?
You do not money mog me.
I do money mog you, bro.
Like that.
I do money mog you.
Parker, trust me, I got it like that.
How does it feel that you get money mogged?
Parker, how does it feel for you?
And also, by the way, what, your parents gave you money? That doesn't count.
Yeah.
How about you? How
I
about you
built it
make?
all,
How about
buddy.
you make your own money,
I
buddy?
built it all.
How about you make your own? How about you make your own money? Get money mogged, bro. Get money mogged. Marshall, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. You should get some trillions.
Thank you.
Get some trillions like me. Like, thank you so
You
much,
don't have
Kira. Thank you for the
trillions.
$2. Thank you very much. Get Swifty, actually. We got Swifty, and that's why we're trillionaires, actually. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yasmin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate for what he brought up, you making money, so we could come up with a higher paying job to make money, to mog you. I know, that's ridiculous, right? Jaden, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much for money mogging. It's so funny. Yeah, I'm literally mogging him. It's crazy. You get mogged in every meet. How does it feel, Nate? You get mogged in every way. How does it feel?
Parker, how tall are you, Parker? How tall are you, Parker?
5'11", 6 foot.
That's short. 5'11", 6 foot. It's not the same thing. 5'11". That's high cortisol.
Nate, how tall are you?
I'm 6'2".
Okay. And how old are you?
I'm 20. I said that.
You said you're 20. So you're
Yeah,
6'2". Is that with shoes on? Is that with docs on?
That's without shoes.
Yeah, I'm 6'2" with docs on too.
Yeah, you're 6'2" with heels on, buddy.
With docs. Do you know what docs are?
With Pete. You're wearing heels. Let's be honest.
No, do you know what docs are?
Nah. I
Dude, this guy, man. What? You don't know what
don't.
docs are, bro?
Doesn't know what docs are.
He doesn't know what docs are. This guy doesn't know what doc. You're getting doc maxed right now, bro. You're getting doc mogged. My Doc Martens, bro. They make me 6'2", bro. You're getting doc mogged, bro.
I mog you in everything. I mog you in height. I mog you in brain.
You get money mogged, bro. I'm a trillionaire, bro.
You do not.
I IQ mog you. I looks mog you. I mog you in every meaningful way, bro.
What's your IQ? Okay, on the count of 3,
You
we're
go
gonna
first.
say our IQ, right?
Go ahead.
Ready?
All right.
1, 2, 3.
300.
255.
Get IQ mogged. 300, bro. Get IQ mogged.
Your IQ is not 300 though, buddy.
It is 300 actually.
It's not
IQ mogged like you've never seen before. It's
Parker,
300
stop lying.
actually,
It's
buddy.
not 300.
IQ mogged. IQ mogged.
Parker, we all know your lines. Not
No, I'm not,
300.
dude. I have 300 IQ. What are you talking about?
Einstein's was not 300, and you're
300
different
IQ,
from
everybody. Parker, get a job. Smartest individual on planet Earth.
Parker, get a job. Like seriously. though.
Parker, get a job. Smartest individual on planet Earth. I've got
I mean,
trillions of dollars. My IQ's
If you want a
300.
job,
I'm actually 6'5".
I can hire you if you want.
No, dude. I actually, if anything, Nate, you know that I would be more likely to be able to hire someone than you. So,
How could
do you
hire
do you
me?
employ anyone?
Yeah, I do actually.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Bullshit.
Not bullshit, buddy. I just searched it up. You actually don't have trillions.
I do. I do have trillions. So, can you tell me what a job is?
A job? You tell me what a job is since I would be correcting you since
I
you're
got
kinda
you.
clueless on that subject.
A paid position of regular employment.
Is your job good for society?
Yes.
Arguably, I would say it's not because you made me like higher my cortisol, and I would say in everyone watching this stream like low frequently
So I know that you just have high cortisol, and that's a you problem. But like, not all of us have high cortisol right now. In this conversation, I don't have high cortisol. The reason why you have high
are literally
cortisol.
crashing out over
Hey,
someone.
sir, the reason why you have high cortisol is because you're getting dog walked in this conversation, and it's putting a lot of pressure onto you. So this job is good for society because it gives people like you high cortisol for literally losing the debates and getting dog walked by Parker Get a Job on the live stream.
Yo.
So like that's why I enjoy this job. This is great for society. This job, it gets people to critically think more. It gets people to involve themselves with politics more. It keeps people educated to a greater extent. I think it's actually like an important live stream. And obviously we make it a little fun by dog walking you little guys. You just got cortisol mogged, bro. You're getting cortisol mogged, bro. How does it feel?
Your cortisol is so high right now.
Dude, you're literally failure maxing right now. You're literally failure maxing.
I mog you.
Hey, bro, Nate. You're failure maxing right now. Would you like to actually give me a good argument?
All right. Let's actually have a debate, all right?
Okay. Stop failure maxing.
All right. Pick a buddy. You're failing boxing.
Nice. Literally just
Pick a
said the
topic.
exact same thing I was saying. Wow, that was a real own.
Owen. Holy
He's corn maxing everybody. He's corn maxing. He's corny.
How about instead of Instagramming, you learn your Instagrammer?
That was cringe. Please stop. Cringe max.
All right, pick a topic to debate. All right.
The guest is cringe maxing. Please, can you give me an actual argument, please?
Pick a topic. I'll beat you in anything.
Name one single thing that Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him.
Stop smoking him? What?
Can you name something that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yeah. APAC. I mean, like, I just like how like Trump is like anti-Israel.
Oh, so you don't support Trump, do you?
No, I do. I actually do.
You know he does take APAC money, right? He said, Netanyahu said that Trump is the greatest ally that the state of Israel has ever had from the Oval Office. You know that, right?
Did you actually say that?
Yep.
Wait, actually?
Yep.
Wait, there's no way, because, like, I don't really like Israel.
Okay, well, that's what he said. And if you don't like Israel, then you probably shouldn't support Trump.
Well, I mean, like, okay, I'm going to be honest. I already knew that, like, but all the politicians are accepting money from APAC.
Okay, so but you
Kamala
said that was a
Harris
reason to stop
accepting-
supporting Trump, right? So stop supporting
Kamala
Trump.
Harris. Well, do you support Kamala? Kamala also accepted money from
I do
APAC,
prefer
so
Kamala Harris to Trump.
why?
Well,
Why is
I
that?
never said it was a disqualifier.
Is it because you're a Jew?
No.
Are you sure you're
Are you just anti-Semitic? So you can be anti-Zionist without being anti-Semitic, but people like you seemingly just like both of them? You just like being anti-Semitic for some reason? Like, what would me being Jewish have to do with anything?
because okay, I actually searched you up on APAC and I actually said you have accepted money from APAC.
Nope.
So your APAC score is 0.
I've never gotten money from APAC. What are you talking about?
Wait. Genuine question. What do you think about James Sisback?
He's a fucking gross person. Do you like him?
Why is that?
Dude, are you serious?
No,
Didn't he assault a
I'm asking
17-year-old?
for your opinion. I'm asking for your opinion.
Didn't he assault a 17-year-old?
I'm not sure. I just asked you what is your opinion on James Sisback?
Bad.
And why is that? Besides, like let's say this.
I can't just say besides that. The fuck? He affiliates himself with Nick Fuentes.
Wait, you don't like Nick Fuentes?
No.
Oh. Oh, I see. All right.
Do you?
Learn some boundaries here. Nah. I'm a big Dean Withers fan.
Okay. They're probably a groper just trolling. Let's go to the next individual. Colleen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I don't think he gives a shit. He's just fucking insane. Max, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here, everybody. Dean should be hopping on very, very soon, everybody. Once he hops on, we're going to send everyone over to him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next individual, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
At the moment, yeah.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I like what he's doing in Latin America. I would never vote like Dem because I feel like that's just I'm very pro business, and it goes against my morals to vote for Dem.
Okay, and so how is Trump better for business?
Because he's right wing, so he's gonna tax like people business owners less rather than the left wing. The left wing is gonna tax them more.
Okay, what business owners?
What do you mean?
Well, so you said he's going to tax business owners less. Okay, for the largest businesses, but not for the smallest businesses. The smallest businesses will have a lower tax rate under Harris's administration compared to Trump's. So would you prefer small businesses being helped out or large businesses being helped out?
So no, yeah, I definitely prefer small businesses.
Okay, so then you support Harris's policy.
Okay, so then yeah, I'll support Harris's policy on business, but I still do like what he's doing in Latin America.
Okay, so what do you like about it?
So I come from a Cuban family, so we're running away from communism, and that's why I'll always vote right. But
we're not advocating for communism.
No, I know, but socialism, like
we're not advocating for socialism.
I mean, leftist is socialist, right?
Nope, we're not leftists. We're liberals.
And liberals are to the left. Am I wrong?
But they're not anti-capitalist. Like, I'm not anti-capitalist. I'm not a socialist. I'm a progressive liberal. I believe in social safety nets, regulations, and a capitalist structure. I don't believe in socialism. And even so, people who call themselves democratic socialists are typically just have the same policies as me. They're not advocating for like what you see to be socialism or communism from Cuba.
Okay. But like, I still enjoy like Marco Rubio and Trump kind of. Well, I mean, Marco Rubio is trying to take over Cuba from the government, the Cuban government right now.
Okay, but like you understand that our constant military intervention hasn't led to better conditions and instead has led to worse conditions?
I do understand that. Like, I can agree with you on that. But you also have to understand that like the conditions in Cuba are so bad where it gets to a point where even like worse conditions is kind of what's pushing the Cuban people to fight back against the
Yeah, if you're going to have a change in regime, it has to be internally from the people who live there. It can't be from outside military intervention and pressure on behalf of the U.S. and plenty of different regions. We have a very, very low likelihood of it being effective in doing so.
But like, let's say we take out the communist government and let's say Cuba just is under the guise of America for a little bit. It gives time for the Cuban economy to stabilize and all that stuff and become back to the beautiful country it was.
Okay. I see no evidence that the U.S. military intervention will lead to better conditions in terms of Cuba. Is there anything else you'd like to add, though? I am actually going to get off because Dean is on, so I was going to send everyone over to Dean.
No. I was just wondering because like I'm really on the fence about Trump, so I really don't like the things he said. Especially, I liked he was advocating for no new wars. Then he started a war. I don't like what he tweets talking about a whole civilization is going to get bombed. But,
yeah, so I'm like, at this point, why don't you say that like you don't support him? Like, what's holding you on to still support him? You want him to like engage in military intervention with Cuba and other areas, but you've understood that even with like Venezuela, for example, or for your reference specifically with Iran, it hasn't led to regime change.
But like, for example, Venezuela, like what he did with Venezuela, I want him to do in Cuba, like in Cuba.
But they didn't do regime change. So you want him to steal oil from Cuba?
No, I mean, I understand he stole oil from Venezuela, but he also took away their dictator, which is why can't he take over?
But he kept the same regime in office. The vice president stayed in that position.
So then why were everyone saying like Venezuela was freed and all that?
Because they were lying.
They were lying?
Yeah, literally.
Oh, really? I'm misinformed.
You should look into that. I actually recommend doing that because we didn't actually yield any better conditions in terms of the regime in Venezuela.
Okay. No, I just wanted your thoughts on a regime change in Cuba possible. Especially, I feel like it's a lot more possible with a right government. I'm not gonna say I support Trump now because I don't like the things he's doing. But I do support like the right, and I'm always gonna vote right. Even that's why when you ask me, hey, would you rather vote for Kamala or Trump right now? I'd rather vote for Trump because I'm always gonna have to vote right.
Well, I don't think that you should always vote right just because you have, historically speaking. I think you should hear out my arguments. You're welcome to come back a different time and we can finish our conversation because we didn't fully be able to have our conversation. And I think that there's plenty more conversation that we probably should go into, actually. But
of course. So whenever you're on every day, right?
yeah.
Yeah. So I'll be here tomorrow.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow then.
All right. See you.
All right. See you. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for today. Send everyone over to Dean's Live. Look up Dean Withers, spam Parker Raid, spam Love from Parker, everyone. I'll see everyone later. Just letting everyone know, I have plenty of time today. So I'll either be joining Dean later or I'll probably be doing stuff later on. Maybe I'll do like a Q&A later on today when I have time, or I'll do like a Twitch stream or something. I got to post my videos right now. Once I'm done posting my videos, I may join Dean or I may just go get food and eat and then come back and join him and then do like Q&A later or something. But yeah, I love y'all so much. I'll see everyone later. Tomorrow I should be on live later in the day, just letting everyone know. I love y'all. And good day, good day.